Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host Bryan. We are going to wrap up this week with not one but two album reviews. I've already recorded one for the band Karada and their album Salt. Interestingly, that's a debut album for them, just like today's is, the Awry Ascent by Hungry Lights. Aside from that one tidbit though, and the fact that I believe this is progressive metal, I don't know anything else about today's, but I do know that both of these albums are prog metal, and they're both debut albums. I thought that was kind of cool the way that lined up. I pull these randomly, so it's not like I'm trying to theme today or anything. Anyways, that Karada one is already available if you want to check it out. The link's up there. Otherwise, we're going to check out some Hungry Lights right here. We have quite a bit of music ahead of us, 11 songs at 71 minutes. Most of these are around the 5 to 7 minute range. I suppose we'll do a few isolated, and once I get a taste for what the band's doing, we'll probably start grouping a couple tracks together as things that I talk about are going to begin to overlap. And I'll have similar comments for many of the songs, unless they do something where like every song's drastically different, and then we'll probably be here for 5 hours. Those albums always give me a lot to talk about. Alright, let's dive into this one. The opening track is Aphotic Currents 1. Let's dive in. Alright, so album art, waves, currents. Actually, the next track is an Outset in the sea, so water is going to be a recurring thing here. We have seagulls. Oh, we have lapping of waves too. Lapping of waves. That moving idea in the background reminds me of Underwater for some reason. I don't know why. The violins don't. And did I hear like a glockenspiel or something? Off on the right, just one hit or something? Oh, that was a harp. Maybe that's what I heard. Some darkness. I will say this is an incredibly cinematic beginning to an album. The expanded orchestration certainly helps with that, but it's very focused on atmosphere through layering of parts, more so than metal's atmosphere of just like one or two really big sounds. This is more dexterous and layered. Is this going to be the whole album, though? Like I said, I thought this was prog metal, but maybe I had that mixed up with something else. Yeah. Yeah. So our lead violin line has a little bit more of a legato, more of a free-flowing movement in the melody, and it's being contrasted with these really sharp staccato stingers from the rest of the instrumentation. that a trill on a flute? That's some fun call and response. Was that like 15, 20 BPM slower? Not a lot, but enough to be really felt. Oh, and an accelerando? Yeah, okay, I'm on board with this. This is very dynamic. Building up out of that heavy darkness we had a couple of minutes ago into something that feels adventurous. The choir in the background still brings a bit of darkness to it, but it doesn't feel as overwhelmingly unbeatable as it was originally. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that ending. Because the funny thing was, right, the song just kind of ends abruptly. We have this 3-note stinger, this descent into a resolution that kind of comes out of nowhere. We don't really set that up in the melody. We don't set it up in the foundation or any of the auxiliary ornamental parts. It's just like we're in this section, and we've heard it once before. We're just continuing through, and where I expect the repetition to be, instead we just end. These 3 notes come out of nowhere. It feels, it's appropriate, right? This is exactly how I would have expected this to end. The 3-chord descent makes a lot of sense compared to everything else that we had been listening to. It does resolve very nicely. It's just that we don't lead into it very well. It just appears as if we could have been in this loop forever, and then, just out of nowhere is like, okay, this is the ending now. Just abruptly jump to our final 3 notes out of nowhere. I was going to comment on how that's like a very strange way to end it. Like, everything sounds great. It's just the transition between the section we were in and these final 3 notes was a bit awkward and unwieldy. But then we end it with more resolution, but bigger this time. And that also, it's like a double layer of absurdity at this point, because the fake out ending was already kind of obtuse in a way, and then you let the song be. It sounded like all the reverb had ended, the notes had decayed. This is it, the song's over. And then out of nowhere, again, not really connected to anything, there's no foreshadowing that showcases that this might be a thing, there's no allusion to it. The song is over, harmonically at least. Then we do this too. It maybe you don't agree with me on this and you're like, no, everything made sense, Bryan. Maybe I just got really caught off guard twice in a row. But there's, like I said, a layer of absurdity to this, at least my listening to it. My expectations for the song while I'm listening to it were subverted twice in a row within like 6 seconds. That's that doesn't happen too often. Uh and it feels comical to me, even though I don't think at all it's supposed to be a comical ending. I got blindsided twice within 5 seconds, and that's comical to me. Oh man, that's wild. But like I said, everything else about the ending makes a lot of sense. And if I had felt that we were reaching some sort of finality, I think that the ending wouldn't have hit a funny bone like it did. It's just both endings come out of nowhere. And I kind of find that funny for whatever reason. Uh, all right, so I was wrong. I thought this was a progressive metal album, but well, okay, let me put it this way. This was not a progressive metal song. This is straight up film score stuff right here. I mentioned a theatric element in the beginning just with the instruments used and the focus on layered atmosphere building. By the end of this track, though, this is full on something I think that would work in an action scene. Particularly for some reason, I'm thinking boats and water. It doesn't have the typical 3/4 vibe that we hear with a lot of water music or pirate music, but it does have some of that high seas adventurous feel to it. Um, but it really only comes up towards the end. That's when it really turns into like, like a pirates movie, right? I don't think it really leans into that stereotypical sound as much as it could have, and I appreciate that, but it does have a little bit of allusion to that. Maybe there's just some inspiration. I mean, it's pretty much part of modern pop culture at this point in time. It's the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack, that main theme at least. It is like, to me, the iconic pirate song, and I can hear a little bit of that in here. But I was actually playing around with something in my mind, trying to figure out if there was a triplet pulse in here, because the song is in 4/4, but it feels like it has it's not like a technical swing, because we don't have like swung eighth notes, which would give it that jazzy swing feel. But there is a pendulum swinging vibe to this, where we sort of have a bit more emphasis at the beginning of, I don't know, the beginning of a bar, and it sort of hovers there for a second and then speeds up towards the end, and then it sort of hovers there as the momentum, physically talking about pendulums metaphorically here, as the momentum stops to come back the other way and kind of hangs there for a second before speeding back up. This is a key part, I think, of the pirate, the sea song kind of thing. And I think a lot of it just comes down to 3/4 in general. Um, a lot of sea music or water music, pirate music has this 3/4 thing where there's a heavy emphasis on beat one, which makes it feel like there's this big pulse, and then we kind of get through 2 and 3 to get back to that pulse. This is just waltz, right? Waltz has the same swinging feel to it. And I was trying to find that in here because I could kind of feel that, but I didn't know where it was coming from. And so I tried to divide each beat into 3. I tried to divide each groupings of 2 beats into 3. I didn't really find it. I'm kind of curious, though, if there is some sort of tuplet idea in here. Maybe not necessarily hitting all three beats of a triplet, but maybe just, the third beat and then a downbeat of the 4/4, something that would kind of give it this extra syncopation. I don't know. If anybody else got that and knows what I'm talking about and maybe heard something, let me know. I feel it. I just can't, I don't know where it comes from. And maybe it's something entirely different. That section was only about a minute long. There's a lot of layers going on. I really only gave myself like 20 seconds or so to figure out where this was coming from. And when it didn't click with those two attempts, I gave up. I was like, there's too much other stuff I need to listen for. But maybe it has nothing to do with a 3 grouping at all, and I was just way off course with that. And that happens. I'm pretty good. I'm going to pat myself on the back a little here. I'm pretty good at listening to music and determining what the artists were trying to say with it. But I'm not perfect, and I'm wrong a lot of the time. And this actually happens more often than I'd like to admit, where I have a hypothesis, I test it, and there's no meat there. So I don't bring it up in the analysis. There's just no point to it. But I felt like it was an interesting topic here, especially if somebody else might have felt that, because if you did and you know what's going on, I'd like to hear your interpretation of that. If you got that swinging pendulum idea as well, and maybe know where it is in the song. I forgot what I was talking about here. Oh, it's like, actually, oh yeah. I was talking about how it's very theatric. Cinematic, I think, is actually a good word for it too. It feels like film score, which I know I already said. I'm trying to get back on track here. There are moving parts to it. Sure, there's hummable melodies. In fact, I'd say that the melody is rather catchy. I didn't pick it up on this first time through just because I didn't really pay that much attention to it. There's a lot of interesting layers I wanted to make sure I heard as well. But I think after a listen or two, that violin line, especially in the final minute and a half or two, that'd be something I'd be humming. It's great. Really strong melody writing there. But it's not just the melodies that are strong here. There's so many great ideas underneath too. There's the call and response between like lead violin and a secondary violin. They were doing like this. It was call and response, sure, but like the second violin was mimicking what the first one was doing. I thought that was very fun, very playful. We have the full orchestra also sort of doing call and response with the main violin, where you have these smaller parts with the violin, then a big part with the full orchestra, and then the smaller part. And then we also just have all of the ornamental stuff on this too, the layering of everything, the bells with their little idea in the middle, and then the piano and the harp and their accents, their ornamental ideas, maybe their harmonic ideas, just creating this ground floor of chords. We also had a cello in here, I think. There's there were some bigger instruments too. My mind wants to say tuba, but I don't think I actually heard a tuba in here, but just something that would be very loud and abrasive, that we heard a couple of times. There was also, yeah, we had a flute trill. I think that was the only thing I heard out of it. A trill is just when you bounce between two notes rather quickly, and I think that was the only thing I heard out of the flute. Maybe I just missed it for everything else. There's a lot of layers going on here. I'm not going to say that I heard them all. I'm not going to say that I can even remember them all. It's a very dense track. And it's not just like, hey, everyone's going to play some chords and we have a melody on top of it, which despite having a lot of instruments really only has 2 layers then. No, every instrument's doing their own thing here. It creates something very complex and dense, very intricately layered, but also interconnected. Everything seems to bounce off of one another. No instrument really seems to be doing its own thing in isolation. It has an obvious place amongst everything else that's going on. I love it. This is just really great writing. Strong melody, clear idea of harmony, groove and rhythm, and a ton of interlocking parts with So much depth to it. I mean, yeah, I can get behind this. If the whole album's like this, I'm gonna be excited. Um, but I do like when I think of Hungry Lights, the band, the name, because I don't know like what they look like. I don't even know what they sound like, honestly. But I have the word prog metal, the phrase prog metal, tied to that in my mind. You know, some bands have a very clear sonic notion of who they are. When I think of Tool, I have a sound that pops up in my head. I know what Tool sounds like. But when there's a band like Cryptopsy, right? I can't really hear a sound. I know we've listened to like a whole album from them, but I can't really hear a sound, but I do have a genre. It's death metal, and it's like traditional classic death metal, no frills death metal. That's what's in my head. I don't have a sound for that, but I have a definition that gives me a pretty good idea of who they are. Hungry Lights, I have prog rock or prog metal next to. This is not prog metal. That's wild, but I suppose it could just be the intro track for an album. We've heard, well, see, here's the thing though. We've heard metal albums that start off with classical music, right? That's kind of cliche at this point, but there's a lot of it. But I don't think I've ever heard anything like this. This is proper film score. I mean, if you put this underneath some footage of like some ships, like drone footage of ships going over water, maybe like two ships having a race or something, they don't have to be racing in real life. Just like having two ships there. Like, dang, this is intense. It fits that so well. I can perfectly see images to this music. That's not what you get as intro tracks usually. Um, this is the kind of stuff that people make when they're really good at writing this multi-layered orchestral music. I just don't expect prog metal to come up unless this is going to be like symphonic prog metal. In which case, dude, I'm on board because this orchestral writing is solid. Now, I do want to jump back to the beginning real quick. I like this. I like this. It feels like going through a transition of sorts. Um, Cliche, stereotypical stuff. You know, this is the passage from your world to the next in like I don't know isekai material. Anytime like somebody like Chronicles of Narnia, right? This is the passing through the wardrobe. What is that thing called? The armoire? Why is that what they went through? I don't remember. Wardrobe. That's what it is. I think I said that already. I don't know why that didn't click with me. Right? This is the kind of music that to me indicates a passage from one form, idea, place to another. It's slightly whimsical, but I feel like it has more of less of a fantastical element to it. And to me, it felt very watery. I think that was the harp, a little bit of the bells. The violins, like I said, they didn't really give me watery vibes, but the others did. I think it wasn't necessarily their timbres, but it was what they were playing, maybe the key that they were in. There's a cyclicality to it, though. You rise up some notes, you rise down some notes. You just loop this pattern over and over. This is like the key element of creating transitional music for film. Seriously, go watch any of, well, most any of your favorite films where there is a passage between a portal or anything that takes you from one realm to the next, and there's going to be a circulatory idea that sits in the core of the music, and there's going to be a fantastical or sometimes whimsical element to it. That is the sound of transition. um, Unless you're the Matrix, and then you just play like atonal stuff while Neo does the mirror thing. That whole soundtrack is bonkers, though. I love it. It goes against like everything to create something. Anyways, we're not talking about the Matrix right now. We're talking about Hungry Lights. Uh yeah. So, anyways, water transformation, teleportation, or just transition. That's the word. Feels very watery. Some of that might be influenced by the album art, the names of the titles. It has a very watery theme to it. Maybe I'm already in that mindset. From here, though, the violins begin to creep up more. We lose the seagulls and the waves, the sounds. Actually, that's another thing too, right? We do have sounds of water here that also influences a lot of how this feels. But those go away. The violins take over as lead, and we begin to enter some darker tones. I'm not sure how to read into this yet. It almost feels like it's a sort of medley at times. There is nice transition between all the ideas. It doesn't just abruptly change themes or change emotional atmospheres, but we do have transition into darkness, fear, danger kind of thing, into a bit of comfort, maybe a dash of relief, but I don't think that was really the main element there, into adventure, and then that wraps the song up on the high note of the track. I think it's easy to read this as somebody being transported to a new area, being very scared. Maybe the area is dangerous. Maybe it's just the fear of being somewhere unknown, right? Maybe things aren't quite how they are in your world. Maybe a lion talks to you, going back to Narnia. But then becoming more comfortable with your surroundings, finding it less dangerous and more playful, and engaging with this new opportunity you have in the adventure that is set out in front of you. That's kind of what this feels like to me. And I can get behind that, assuming the rest of the album follows up with this, because otherwise this is this is not a great intro. But it does feel like the beginning of a film. I think they do a great job of setting the stage with sound design, with samples, with instrumentation, chord progression, production of everything, layering, emotional resonance, switching up from place to place, and even the rising intensity overall. Each section, for the most part, is larger than the one that precedes it. It does a great job of creating an escalating feeling throughout the track and ending on a peak, not really having a denouement where we kind of bring the energy back down. It ends at the top, which I think is an interesting observation because it is called the Awry Ascent, which I'm going to just mention this right here. I'm not going to bring it up again. I don't like the way that sounds. Awry Ascent has the emphasis at the beginning of both of those words, and it just doesn't roll off the tongue very well. I feel like I have to really enunciate the entire phrase, and maybe it's just because I'm from the South and I like to have everything just kind of roll off the tongue real easily. I can slip into a real Southern feel real quickly and just things start slurring together, and it feels really nice to start talking like this. But Awry Ascent, I have to really focus on those words. I like the meaning. I like the alliteration. The concept of a rising of something, a climbing of something, even a domination of something. When you ascend a mountain, you get to the top. In a sense, you've dominated that element of nature. It's a massive mountain. Most people can't climb it, but you did it. You completed this tough task. But the Awry Ascent indicates that something bad is going to happen. And so for this opening track to only rise follows with this idea of ascension. I think that's pretty cool. I guess that means we're going to move on because there's no lyrics to dive into on this one, right? Our next track is called An Outset in the Sea. Kind of starting out the same way as Aphotic Currents did. Bass guitar, acoustic guitar. We do have some expanded instrumentation. Maybe this is some symphonic prog. Yeah, nice build up into that. The decay from it's nice. Just to bump it back up though. There's a lot of use of space in here. So much emptiness in just that area right there. I like that bass tone. It's got a lot of bite to it, but it still has a cleaner overall sound. I like how this vocal style isn't just softer, but it also is cleaner. His full chest voice has a lot of grit and compression behind it. Ooh, I like that piano work.
Upon my brow and all mine.
What kind of acoustic guitar is this over here? It's got a very springy sound to it, like the strings are springs.
Two iron wings take flight, but to never stray my side.
Oh, what? No way. Interestingly, this drum part comes from the beginning of the track. I think it was the second drum pattern we heard. Guitars. large orchestration, vocals, they're all in on this accent pattern here. Nice layering of the harshes there. All right. Yeah, this is I don't know how to feel about it yet. I'm gonna need a couple more tracks, see how this goes. Um, you know, I talked about albums that are, metal albums, but start off with something, a string trio or something like that. They never really return back to that sound. It's just a nice opening, that an isolated event, I guess. I really hope that that isn't what happens here. While Onset in the Sea does have expanded orchestration to it, we do see some of the same compositional techniques that we saw in Aphotic Currents. This is a very different song. A lot of how this song operates is on tight, contained loops. A lot of this comes down to the riffs that the guitars play. The drums tend to follow alongside them, rhythmically at least, and even when we brought in the rest of the orchestral elements, which we didn't get all of them, they also tended to line up with the rest of the instruments. Usually what the guitars were doing, and I pointed that out at the end. The vocals, the drums, the guitars, the bass, the strings, the brass, all of it. They were all doing the exact same thing. Now, that was the most extreme example of it, but that is generally how the composition on this specific track worked. There is a large unification to ideas, a flattening down of layers. It feels drastically different from the let's put in 7 to 9 different things happening at one time and interlock them and interweave them in such an intricate, beautiful way that we saw on track 1. This follows more in line of typical metal. And even more so, I might even lean a little bit more and say typical symphonic metal. There are certainly some symphonic metal outfits out there who bring a classical element to metal music, but I feel like it's way more common to find bands that will just take some string instruments and have them play alongside the guitars and call it symphonic metal, kind of using the timbre of the extra instruments more so than any differing compositional techniques that might be afforded with the expanded instrumentation. That's what we're getting here, is the former. Everything sort of lining up, and we have the taste of orchestral music here without actually bringing in any of that intricacy that can be found by having this extra depth. Now, I do think that the orchestral stingers at the end are fantastic, despite being the most extreme example of condensing the song down into a single idea. I do think that it was exceptionally effective. My issue mostly lies in a lack of contrast with that. We don't get to see any of the expanded instrumentation, or, dude, even any of the guitars and basses that we have in here really do any of that neat multiple layering stuff that we saw on track 1. The bass guitar sounds great, but typically plays what the guitar is playing. The guitar's patterns, rhythmic patterns, tend to be found in the drums. The only thing that we really see that deviates from this is usually the vocals with their melody line, but it's not really counterpoint because the guitars and bass aren't really playing another melody. They're playing an ostinato, a riff is what it's called in metal. And while it might have melodic ideas, it's not linear. It's not really playing around with anything that the lead vocals are doing either. It's a cool sound that goes on underneath it, and the heavy use of pedal tone within it too, which sounds cool. I mean, this is definitely like Metal 101, is play some pedal tone and then a cool riff at the end, a cool lick to wrap up the loop. It doesn't play around with what the vocals are doing melodically. We don't have any call and response, we don't have harmonization, we don't have counterpoint. We just have a metal track with some violins that come in every once in a while. I'm being hard on this. I know. I'm gonna take some blame for that. Okay, I should not be as harsh, I think, on this. But the opening track set me up and put my expectations at a certain level. Even having in the back of my mind a reminder this is a prog metal album, I still kind of had some glimmer of hope that that style of writing that we heard in the first track would show up in the metallic sections. And at least for this track, it didn't. I'm still going to hold out some hope. This could just be a really simple song to kickstart the metallic part of this album to act as counter, a dynamic shift from that highly layered beginning of the album. And maybe once we've swung this pendulum back, we'll begin to enter into some more varied, dynamic writing styles while still retaining the metallic instrumentation. But I mean, that first song sets a bar really high. That's like an 8 or a 9 song right there. It's just really great. I had nothing but praise for it. This is a solid 5. It's a good song. But because it's paired right up against a 9, it feels like a 3. Just because the bar that the first one set was so high. And by contrast, this feels more medium, if that makes sense. If I had just heard this in isolation, I think I'd have some praise for it. A lot of praise, actually. Because I would have nothing to compare it to. But I mean, this same artist, Hungry Lights, just gave me Aphotic Currents 1. And then they drop Onset and the Sea on me, and I'm like, oh, dude, the compositional complexity just bottomed out here. Where did all that go? So, I suppose at this point, in order to temper expectations and ensure that this doesn't turn into just me being upset that nothing touches the same mastery that track 1 had, I'm going to approach every future song from 2 angles. One, really hoping that we can merge what we saw in tracks 1 and tracks 2 and find a middle point between the two of them. But also, on the other hand, I'm just not going to expect that. I'm going to set my new bar of expectations to be more like track 2, so that if we do improve, that's positive. But if the rest of the album is like this, I'm not going to be disappointed. But metal, man, why do you do this to me so often? Like, as a genre, dude. There are days when I wish I was a metalhead. I could just like listen to this and enjoy it. I don't know. I've said this in the past that instrumental, especially classical style intro tracks where the rest of the album is metal, I feel like bands shouldn't do that. I don't know if I've ever extrapolated on that. I hate it. That's maybe too strong of a word. I dislike it. And I think this is why. Because I tend to really like those moments because I am more of a fan of that music than metal. And so when you show me something that you can do really well and then choose not to make music like that, as a listener, I'm a little disappointed. As a fellow artist, I'm like, yeah, dude, go wherever your heart tells you, right? I'm just not your audience on this one. But I mean, like in this case, I'm being forced to listen to the album and I'm like, why can't we have more? I really liked that. And I didn't get more of it. So I think I've exhausted this topic. I'm going to try not to bring it up in the future. Let's dive into what this track does well, though. We do continue on with the water theme. We have the sound of waves. Waves? Why do I keep putting a B in there? We have the sound of waves beginning the track and ending the track, both of them allowing the album to transition smoothly between tracks. That's why I did stop this one a little early. I don't know if we're actually going to get a clean transition here, but it sounds like it, and we've already done that once. So I'm going to assume that's how this is going to work. It does introduce an interesting question, though. The album's called the Awry Ascent. That implies going up. But with water, you're already on the top. Hopefully. The only way to go is forward. You're a 2D plane, right? And a descent to go into the water. And I guess particularly we are hearing the waves from above it, because the waves would sound different if we were below the water. So, what is the ascension here? In the album art, there is some sort of temple that sits along the water. Maybe this is what we're looking at, but I mean, it's 30 stairs at best. This is not an epic climb. It's going to take a few minutes, but uh, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just eager to get into some lyrics here and see what this ascent is supposed to be. Track 8 is the title track, the Awry Ascent. Maybe that's when I figure out what exactly we're climbing here. But assuming this continues on with its... Well, we do have a track called Umber Tower. So, I don't know. I'm also coming at this as a concept album. Maybe I'm wrong on that too. That has screwed me over in the past, but I see a lot of signs here that tells me we're going to be doing that. And most bands who aren't making concept albums don't put in the sounds of water, of waves crashing and stuff like that into their albums. I don't use samples in this way to create a cohesiveness that feels narrative and cinematic. I could be wrong on this. My gut has been wrong in the past, but I find all of this to be really interesting. It has me asking questions. I kind of figured like a white noise, lots of wind, kind of setting up the sound effects and environment of a mountain would be the way I kind of go about this. So I wonder if the water is going to be removed eventually. But assuming this transition is true, we're going to have 3 songs that kick off with waves. I mean, you get like a big wave, right? And then that's an ascent. But I mean, most people don't talk about ascending a wave, probably because they're also temporary. But you could do something interesting thematically with that too. A difficult task to overcome that is timed. And when you've overcome it, there's no proof that you did. You can't plant a flag at the top of a wave, so it becomes a personal endeavor, a personal challenge. Like, there's some cool stuff you can go in that direction. I wonder if anyone's ever made a story about that. Anyways, the music. How do I keep getting sidetracked from this? I feel like there's so many cool elements of this outside of the music. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in the right headspace for this. Maybe I'm just not the right audience for it. I just can't. I can't log in on the music. All right. So we do have a really cool bass tone in here. I mentioned that it is large. It's punchy. It's got bite to it, but it isn't distorted in any way. It has a little bit of compression to it, but it's honestly a rather clear sound despite how big it is. I think that's awesome. I love hearing it. It works very well alongside the guitar. And I like it as a contrast to the vocals. Particularly the higher pitched mixed head and chest vocals that we get, the ones that are a bit more cleaner than the distorted ones we get during the belted full chest sound in the verses. These lower moments, though, I really like that contrast between the bass and the vocals. I think that works well. The drum work in here, I think, is solid. I'm beginning to develop an ear for the production. It's interesting, to say the least. And I don't really think it has anything to do with placement, but I think some instruments are just a bit more present than I would prefer them. And so when I listen to the drums, I feel like I'm constantly jumping back and forth between different parts of the panning, and it kind of feels dizzying at times. Might be totally intentional. But the drum work is solid. I dig it. It's not overly fancy. It's not overly complex. It gets the job done with flourish, with flair. And I can get behind that. Same thing goes with the guitar work. There's a couple of nice flourishy things in there, but a lot of it, I mean, it's pretty fundamental metal guitar sounds. It works rather well too. I think the entire song here feels fundamental, if that makes sense. It's not breaking the bank. No, it's not breaking new ground. That's the phrase. It's iterative metal work, but I think it works really well in this context because the vocals are interesting, and because we do have the expanded instrumentation around it, also accompanied by semi-fresh structure to the song as well. Even just looking at structure, I mean, we kick it off rather light. We build up a sound. The electric guitars come in, the bass, the drums, the vocals. We start off with a little bit of lighter vocals, and then we get into that grittier vocal sound where he puts a little bit of natural compression on it. We hear a harsh vocal. I think it's a fry scream one time off on the left, pushed into the background behind the main vocals. This is a little bit of foreshadowing towards the end of the song when we get full on front and center in the spotlight harsh vocals. I thought that was kind of nice right there. And we build up all this energy and then we drop it down. I wasn't a big fan of this. It was a nice build up. It was a nice fade out. And then we get 4 beats and we're punching back up to 10 again. So I didn't really quite understand that. Maybe the lyrics would explain this temporary lull. Regardless, we come back to a full-bodied verse, go back into a chorus, we bring it down again, this time to go into the quieter bridge. I really like this moment. Much like the intro where things are a bit quieter, we get that softer vocal style in here, and where the expanded instrumentation tends to be used in a bit more of a blunt manner in the verse and chorus in those metallic sections. Here we get to see a little bit more of the layered writing from track 1. It isn't super in-depth, it isn't super complex like we saw, but we do get to hear some of these instruments in the spotlight playing ornamental ideas once again, in isolation but interlocking. I love it. This to me was the highlight of the track. I loved moving into it. I love how it built out of it and how we kind of introduced some of the larger strings and brass so that they could be used as the stingers in the final moment. I thought this entire transition from this low point to the peak of the finale of the song worked exceptionally well. Even like I said, the foreshadowing of the harsh vocal earlier on and then having it present here at the end, layering it with the clean vocals, and then having a growl and a fry scream layered on top of each other as the final vocal bit. That's great. Because even after we started layering things, there were still ways to escalate that. I thought that was all wonderful. The entire structure and pacing of this track, aside from that interesting idea moving from the first chorus into the second verse, cutting everything out and then punching right back up, everything just works really well. The pacing's fantastic. The movement between ideas is solid. We have a couple of harsh transitions that I think work well as contrast to the smooth transitions throughout. And everything seems to serve a purpose. Like I said, the music itself is a bit more iterative, but it all works in the larger scheme. It puts a lot of spotlight on the vocals and allows them to, I think, tell the story. That's the key element here. That's not to say that we couldn't have more complex instrumentation under lead vocal work that's still like this, but the production gives a lot of weight to the vocals. They're a bit louder than I typically hear in metal. I'm actually kind of cool with that. I think some people are going to find the vocals to be a little loud on this, especially if you're used to, more traditional metal sounds. Actually, when did this come out too? I've had a few comments about the production, and there's a few more that I haven't spoken of yet. I don't know if I'm going to bring up because I don't know if there's anything worthwhile to talk about there. 2015 though, this does not feel like a 2015 production. So I'll be interested if some of that is just me not being used to this, or if there's going to be some things that just don't click with me at all, even by the end of the album. Because, every album's going to have a different production style. Unless you have one of the 5 main rock or metal producers out there, unless you had Rick Rubin produce your music, you're going to have a unique sound, a unique coloring to your music. It takes time to acclimate to that. And so usually, I feel like almost every time an album starts, I'm like, oh, the production's a little different. I'm gonna take me a second. But by the end of the album, I've completely stopped talking about it because I've adjusted to it. I understand what they're going for, what kind of color palette they're using. It's a little different than everyone else, but it works for their project, and I just got to get used to that. I think there was one more thing I wanted to bring up too, and I don't know what it was. I don't know. Let me hit some lyrics on this one. Geez, we're already at an hour in. Only 2 songs done. Let's see what's going on there. So here's something peculiar. I think this is a first for the channel. I'm using a wiki page to help me out with this. Not that I think I couldn't do this without the wiki, but it's going to be nice to have this little bit of extra information. None of the lines are annotated on Genius, but there is an about section to the song, and it links to hungrylights.wikia.com. Okay. So it does appear that this is a concept album. For this song, it says, in this first chapter, we meet the main character. His name's Prill, I guess. That's an interesting name. 25-year-old sea hunter. There was a shipwreck the night before, and Prill is stranded in the middle of the ocean. He makes an acquaintance of an albatross and expresses a desire to quit his line of work and start over. Then he prepares to swim back to his home in a port called Windfall. Now, the character's name, the albatross's name, which is Artorn, and the name of this port, the song in particular doesn't name any of that. I'm curious if that's stuff that's brought up later in the album or maybe in extra notes. Regardless, the song is very straightforward about what it's doing. It says, "Fate began to pull at the bow of my hollow existence, so I prayed." That's just the intro. Verse 1 says, "No vessel, drifting in the ocean, your hushing waves knew me, and of the dust that sat beneath my feet, the Sandman must have shaky hands." I wonder if this is saying that he thinks he should have died here, and instead is drifting. His ship destroyed, but he survived. He said, "My beloved waits at the walls beyond the sea. Don't forget me, or the man that I had truly meant to be. And above my head an albatross with wings of steel. We are all that's left. My spirit woven thin, I should have drowned." They feel defeated at this. Apparently they were trying, it says that, the wiki says that he's trying to get back to his home port, but this sounds like, well, I guess it depends. See, for a second there, I guess for most of my off-screen reading, I assumed that he had left the port, crashed, and was heading back to the port after a failed attempt to go. But I guess the crash could have happened just prior to coming back after a journey. Kind of starting the story in media res. He already left once, did what he needed to do, came back, was ready to see his beloved get back home, and the ship is destroyed. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. That makes a little more sense, I suppose. Above his head is an albatross. I went and looked this up because I knew that sailors held the albatross to be a symbol of something. I remembered this in, must have been, reading courses, literature back in high school, college. I don't know where else I would have picked up on this imagery. But like something in the back of my mind was like, you got to look this up. There's something about it. And sure enough, there is. The albatross is positivity. What's the word I want? Anyways, they're really great at navigating the sea. And so sailors believed if you saw an albatross, it was good luck. Prosperity. That's the word I was looking for. There was a 1700s story about a sailor who killed an albatross, and they were met with nothing but bad luck afterwards. So it's been superstition that you don't kill albatrosses while you're albatrosses while you're out at sea. But anyways, it appearing here is a symbol of good luck for our protagonist. Verse 2 is where he begins to mention that he could go down a different path. He says, I could catch 1,000 sheep's head. I could bask in the glory of the spoil, but what would it mean to me if I could never satisfy the tastes for more? Oh, what catastrophe. I'd master all my craft, but not find reward. I love that. Basically, he could do something easier. He could do something that comes more naturally to him. And see, I think this is why I thought he tried to leave shore and then wreck the ship, like, on the way out. Because he seems to be defeated in something that just doesn't work. But he has this drive to do this, I suppose be a sailor of sorts, that even if he mastered another craft, it wouldn't be rewarding to him. He wants to do this. And so in the outro, he says that he spots the shoreline, and with his fleeting strength, he reaches out and claws the swelling water, propelling forward, shouting that the sea would not defeat me. So we're swimming to shore at this point. All right. Oh, I meant to look that up too. The next track is called Prite and Promise, but I don't know what the word Prite means. We'll look this one up together. Wait. There's companies? There is a Prite exam, although I can't see what topic it's an exam for. Looks like it's a psychiatry thing. Psychiatry? Bro, my pronunciations today are terrible. I hope y'all just bear with me on this. I can't read for some reason. Yeah, it looks like it has to do with psychology. Psychiatry, one of the two. The American College of Psychiatrists use the Psychiatry Resident in Training Examination. Prite. That's the only thing that comes up for Prite. That doesn't seem to be a real word. So now I'm even more curious what this track is supposed to be about. Let's dive in. Track 3. This is one of the shorter ones. Well, second to shortest at just under 5 minutes. See that bass tone? It's so good. Ooh, mixing the acoustic guitar in there, having the strings as stingers. Nice little textural accents. Very Megadeth with those. Oh, and this is funky. Harmonizing on the same riff. We have some bells over here?
I deny that I'm exhausted. Soon to end my barrel stood open-armed. On the sand where first took our plans, I keep the promise that I made along that night. All night later I'll lay me. So what's your posterity? Erasing you think that falls.
I like the optimism. Very nice to build into this.
Stroked by I stroke my arms so like concrete. I get my head above the surface, but I choke the brackish water. Oh, I see the presence of death deep inside my heart. Vibrations of storm amidst the swelling of you. All my life you're all I need.
Oh man, this little atmosphere change. Nice call and response. The two vocals. Yeah, so we're still in 4/4 here, but we've broken it up into 3/3/2.
So close to you. Oh, I dropped.
Okay.
And
Okay, so we have some cool modifications to this final chorus. All right, so now that I have a little idea of what the water represents here, based on the lyrics of track 2, I'm kind of hoping we get away from this a little bit, although there is a little bit more of the lapping of waves here at the end of track 3. Just a little bit, though. This is pretty much cementing something that track 2 did, though, and that's straightforward metal, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, and using the extra instrumental elements as flourish to that. Once again, though, our bridge does take things down for a moment. We don't drop down to that super quiet sound that we had on track 2, but we do bring the intensity down a little bit, remove the vocals, and put in a violin, again, as our lead instrument here for the melody writing. Generally, I think I'm on board for this now that I have a better understanding of what's going on. I set my expectations properly. I mean, we have two main riffs here. We have our verse riff. We have the chorus riff, which ends up being a bit more chord-like, really just laying down foundational ideas, allowing the expanded instrumentation to come in and really fill this sound out. We have dual vocals going on in the chorus. The guitars just don't have as much room to play full-on riffs anymore. We have more elements coming in, so they kind of get stripped down to just playing chords. And then we have the 3-3-2, that dun 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 dun, that idea coming in for the bridge. The bass is pretty much in line with the guitar and all of that. The drums, much like track 2, are focusing on the same accent points as the guitar and bass. Their rhythm also keeps the time in check, but we also have the accent hits there. I did hear a little bit more flourish on this track, though. Maybe I'm just listening for it better. Maybe it's here where it wasn't on track 2. But we get some expanded instrumentation on some of these accented hits in order to further sell their power and have them stand out from the rest of the parts of the beat. I kind of dig that. At least we're using more of the strings here. Don't go down that road, Bryan. I like it though. It adds a little bit more impact to them. I think it works well. A lot of the melody writing here comes in the form of the vocals. There are some catchy ideas in here. I like the chorus too. We have a lot of variation of the vocals. We have that more distorted full chest sound. It's mixed with a less distorted clean in there as well. It only shows up, I think, on the second mainline phrase. And what I mean by that is that the chorus is primarily made up of a call and a response. The response is usually quieter, it's pushed into the mix. It also happens to be more aggressive. I think a lot of the harshes are shown in this. We go back and forth between the main one that's more prominent in the mix, more clearer, less fuzzy, less pushed into the mix, and then the second one, which is all of that. It's just less clear, less defined. The second main one is usually done with more less compression to it, more of that clean sound. But like I said, we do have some harshes in here as well. And the grittiness gets ramped up as well. There's variety between how much grit, that natural compression, is being put on the clean vocals in the chorus here. So we get a lot of variety there. We get some layering, especially on the final chorus. There's a lot of variation going on in here as far as accenting, instrumental types, vocal delivery. I feel like the vocalist really ramps things up here in the final, like 40 seconds of the track or something like that. The vocals are beginning. I'm beginning to realize that the vocals are the star of the show here. And when the vocals aren't around, that's when I get the really cool instrumental stuff. And so I'm kind of leaning towards appreciating the songs from this perspective of really focusing on what the vocals are doing a majority of the time. And when the vocals aren't present, that's when I can dig into some of that writing that I really enjoyed from track 1. Is there anything else I want to talk about with this song? I don't think so. Like I said, there's not a lot of writing to it. It does what it does well. We have a couple of riffs that sound really cool. We have some melody lines that we put on top of it to tell the story. They're a bit more engaging, to me at least as a listener. And then we have a bridge that brings energy down a little bit and does some cool instrumental stuff. I think my biggest problem right here, and I'm not going to lean on this too long because it is adjacent to me just really missing the opening track. I had so much narrative information from the first song. Even without lyrics, I had this full cinematic going on in my head, and it kind of went well as an introduction to the lyrical story of track 2. I don't get any of that anymore. Tracks 2 and 3 haven't really told me any story based on the music. The story comes through entirely from the lyrical side of things. The music is just rule of cool iterative metal. There's nothing wrong with that. But after listening to this guy have like the fantastic narrative writing in track 1, I do find it a bit of a shame that that narrative writing is completely gone. I don't know if it's simply that the artist, the band, that they don't want to write like that. Maybe they can't write like that. Maybe they find difficulty writing like that with metal instrumentation and they really wanted to write a metal album. Maybe it's just not what they want to do. I don't know. I don't know what has led to this album to be like this, but the first track does a fantastic job of telling me a story without lyrics, and now that there are lyrics, it feels like the music is simply there as set dressing. And it's not set dressing to help tell the story, it's just set dressing of what looks cool. And yeah, I mean, the guitar riffs in here are very cool. You know, I'm bobbing my head to this. I'm not disliking this. I'm generally having a good time with the album so far. But there just seems to be a lack of maturity in the music. And, you know, I mean, that comes off as negative too, and I don't think it should be. I enjoy art that can be a bit less mature. I enjoy music that can be a bit less mature. It's just that this album set me up thinking that this was going to be some in-depth writing. And the album just hasn't delivered on that initial promise. And a lot of this is based on my interpretation of that first track. Maybe some people don't see that as the bar being set like I did, and so everything else wasn't as much of a letdown. But that's how I interpret it. I was like, dude, this is going to be an album where I get a lot of the storytelling from the music, and it isn't that. And I feel like the promise has been undelivered. And that very much just could be on me for interpreting that first track poorly. Let's dive into some lyrics. This is a cool little scene, primarily because it doesn't do anything to change the scenario much at all. If we had just said, and he swam up to shore, I don't think there would be very much different in the story here. But this is a really great moment to talk about some of the wants and needs of our protagonist, while also showcasing some relationship elements of our main character with some supporting cast as well. Primarily, this has to do with his beloved, who he sees waiting on the shore. And it talks a little bit about, I mean, the majority of the song is, I must get to shore to see you, despite my body aching and all my muscles being in pain. I'm still going to make this trek anyways. Like, that's the majority of it. Like I said, there's not a lot of narratively that's going on here. But we do see in the chorus, it says, all my life, you're all I need, the one to draw prosperity. And so it doesn't really go into a lot of depth into their relationship, but it does show how important this person is to our protagonist. Now, I found out I just dropped the ball on that one. I found out what Prite is. It's a person. It's the name of our protagonist's person that they're wanting to go meet, their beloved. Again, not stated in the song at all. I'm so glad to have this wiki to back me up on this, because I would have been very confused about this. But anyways, it talks about how the sea continues to try to stop him from reaching the shore. It talks about how he keeps his head above water, but he's still choking back some of the water, that the sea is still forcing its way inside of him, trying to drown him out, even if he won't sink. He does say that he's near to the shore, but he feels some kelp along his feet, and almost out of strength, it pulls him under. But that regardless, he still grabs the strings and digs into the knots and ends up pushing to the shore and stumbling out of the water. Finally saying once again that in all of his life, this is the person that keeps him centered. It's his compass. Returning back to home to see this person is what keeps him going at every corner of his life. This is his rock. And that's how the song ends. Him pushing himself onto shore. Next track is called The Fence. Let's dive in. Alright, so we have some Spanish influence, Latin influence here. very lively start to the song. Once again, using the expanded instrumentation for accents.
To my surprise, I can't get tried. Yes, the proposal that you yearn for my embrace. And as we launch and as we sight, you can tell me something. Such words merely bounce out my naked ears. Did not understand my chaos controlled but contorted by hearsay. Oh, I'm divided.
I like the vocal harmony, but I wish that the higher ranged one was brought out in the mix a little more. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're bringing the 3-3-2 back from the end of Prite and Promise. Oh no, no, that was not. That was the end of Outset in C, wasn't it?
Shall I stay by your side? As the moonlight shining to the sea, the reflecting light, the reflecting lies. How I could not spend my whole life like that. How I would despair. I tasted a sip of ambrosia, waking into divine.
So the guitars are playing 3 notes total, which is giving them a lot of vague elements of their harmonic resonance, which is allowing the trumpet to come in with a little bit more of that salsa sound. But to me, there's not a lot of connectivity between the guitars and the trumpet. They're not dissonant, they're not clashing, but they're not working together very well either. This is a nice build-up section though. I like how we've come into this. Those stings underneath the vocals, I thought that worked really well, but the trumpet alongside the vocals also wasn't a really strong idea. And you see how without the trumpet line, none of this really has that Latin salsa feel anymore. It's sort of, well, ooh, this guitar solo actually leans a bit more into... Okay, yeah. Lots of tension there. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm taking this part.
If I had a choice, I'd surely stay, but like a curtain closing on the stage, where else to go but backwards on the rector, into the blue, into the sea, into a frightened ocean of a time that will get us by like the winds of desire through the fence.
Unrhythmic delivery there. Da da dun dun da da dun dun da da dun dun. Yeah, yeah, that was fun. Very staccato, very abrupt. Just really digging into that. I thought about just running it into the next track since it's the shortest one on the album, but I really want to bring up specific things going on in the fence here. I enjoyed the beginning. I did. I thought that was very fun, bringing a Latin element to a metal light environment. The entirety of the band really leaned into that more Latin um, harmonic element. We stuck with those melodies really well. It was a bit cliched, but it works, right? Not saying that Latin metal is what was cliched, but the Latin elements. I think the melodies themselves, the rhythms, like it really leaned into a very iterative style of that, which I think is fine for doing something like this. Um, I think experimentation, if you're going to experiment within a single style of music, that's where you kind of want to get away from iterative writing. But anytime you're going to experiment by smashing multiple genres or sounds together, you're really going to want to stick with the bread and butter of the individual sounds so that they can still be represented within this new compound sound. And so going with this very clear, yes, this is salsa style writing. I mean that makes a lot of sense when you're going to be smashing it with this metal side too. You want to make sure that both sides are clearly understood to be present within this new sound. And I think overall it ends up working well. I like the use of the trumpet here. It's produced very well. It sounds great. Um, and I like the energy here. It's very festive, which makes sense in the story. We have somebody just showing back up. They have completed this journey that I don't know how difficult it was to begin with, but the final leg here was pretty pretty gnarly. His ship destroyed, and he had to swim back to shore while being, tired and fatigued. He was ready to reconnect with his beloved, with Prite, and he's like, I see the shore. We're almost there. A few more minutes, and then the ship breaks. Now he has to swim there, and he's finally here, presumably in a bustling port town. Lots of energy there, and the emotions are going to be high. Yeah, this all makes sense, right? I really like this use of music to indicate this. It's high intensity, lots of movement, lots of asymmetric styles of rhythms in here to just sort of show a lot of juxtaposition of movement. I think it all works really well. Then the metal begins to dominate, though, and I think that's fine. It's what the album has shown that it wants to do. Everything else is superfluous. The metal is the core, it's 70% of every song. Anytime we do bring in other elements, they're there to support the metallic component. The only time we saw anything that deviates from this is the opening track, and that's because there was no metal in it at all. The secondary features all became the primary features, and we saw a new style of writing to support this as well. That's how the album's been. So hearing the metal come in strong here, I'm expecting it. What I didn't expect, and what kind of didn't work for me, was the continued use of the trumpet, and particularly also this Latin sound harmonically alongside this metallic verse writing. The bass, the guitar, the drums, they went back to this simple style of writing, even more simpler though, as they were no longer the lead and not even a secondary part to the vocals. The vocals are the lead instrument, the trumpets were counterpoint to that, and then we had the guitar and bass underneath all of that. They were tertiary here. And so musically they became tertiary as well. I pointed out in that one section the guitar plays two notes. One and then another. And then one and then a third. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, just three notes. And the three of them combined don't really allude to any sort of harmonic information. Many of the other riffs in here, I could say, oh, this is pentatonic. We got 5 notes here. It's a very metal sound right there. It gives you a lot of edge, but also gives a little bit of room to take it in a lot of directions. It's why metal, I think, tends to work well with pretty much any sound. You want to put some classical stuff in there. You want to throw some Phrygian stuff in there. You want to throw some orchestral ideas, Renaissance. Not Renaissance, Romantic period. You want to throw Baroque in there, like lots of classical works with it. You want to do metal with pop. You want to do metal with whatever. Pentatonic has enough information to have bite while also being vague enough to be taken in pretty much any direction. You can fill the last bit of it in whatever you want, kind of explore a lot of different sounds in metal. But here we reduced that even more. Instead of 5 notes, we went down to 3, and that just has no information at all. It's not just that there's some blanks that can be filled in. It's basically a blank canvas as it is. And so it does work with the trumpet in that they're not clashing at all, but they're not complementary either. It just feels like we have a metal song with this Latin trumpet line, and it sort of feels on its own. Much like with the vocal line, which the vocals are working with a more metallic harmony based on the notes that they're choosing. Again, it's not clashing. We don't have dyads or 2 notes played at the same time that's creating any dissonance between the melodic line and the trumpet line, or sorry, the vocal line and the trumpet line, but they're not complementary either. We saw a complementary counterpoint on track 1. I know that this band can do this. They just didn't here. The band played metal, and there was a trumpet that played alongside them. I mean, it as far as my ears went, this could have just been 2 bands playing at the same venue that just happened to be lining up well enough that it didn't fall apart. And what I really loved at the beginning was bringing the metal and the Latin together, and by the end of this section, and we get 2-3 minutes in, they no longer have that synergy. They're just not actively destroying each other. And it was around this part that the song began to lose me too. The metallic side began to take over. The trumpet faded out. And it's just a lot of things in here just returned back to a norm of metal. One thing I forgot to bring up is the second vocalist. I would have liked more of that. Just a little bit of oomph in the mix. I could hear a higher pitch sound. It sounded like a voice to me, like human voice, but it was so drowned out in the mix that I don't even know if I'm supposed to be understanding it as a duet. And it kind of sounded feminine. So I thought, oh, our protagonist met up with Prite. They're singing together because they're finally together. And it's just so quiet and drowned out. I'm hoping that was intentional. Maybe something in the story goes along with this. Maybe he was hallucinating. Maybe he never got free of the kelp and he's still drowning. I don't know. Maybe that was a misdirection in the story. Because this is called the fence, which would divide things. Maybe there's still a division between our protagonist and Prite. I keep saying protagonist because I forgot his name. I'll fix that next time I hit the lyrics. I'll make sure I remember that one. And maybe this is supposed to be a bit of foreshadowing of that. But just on a pure sonic level, I wanted that to be bumped up a little bit. So I'm hoping there's an artistic reason for it. But I did like that too. I kind of wish we would have more of that. But I understand that most of this story so far has just been a single character. It makes sense we don't have a lot of harmony in here. So I mentioned that I liked the beginning of the song and then kind of lost me in the middle. But then we came up to the bridge. And once again, I got to get a little bit more involved because the music became more involved. It grabbed me again. We began to introduce an interesting harmonic thing. We sort of shifted a little bit into like a half Phrygian. I don't know what we would call this. There was like one or two notes that they would hit every once in a while. I'm like, oh, we went to the Phrygian mode. That's cool. But it never really felt like we fully went there, and it didn't have the bite of like Phrygian dominant either. So I don't know. It felt like we were slowly transforming into a new mode, and I thought it would have been cool if we continued that. We didn't. It still sounded fine though. More instruments came in. We began to see more of this layered, complex, interlocking, interconnectivity style of writing that we saw on track one, but with the metal guitars, with the strings, with an acoustic guitar, with the bass and the drums and the vocals, and layers of the vocals too. And it's just like, yes, this was very cool. It was everything that I wanted to hear in a metallic style of track one's writing. And we got it for like 40 seconds before kind of reducing all of it down, flattening out the layers into just really big, everyone's playing the same thing kind of idea. And again, I don't want to say that that's a bad thing, a bad way to write music. I think in contrast, it works really well. And I think at this moment, it was good too. It was a nice way to sum up the song and allow it to end on a big, punchy note. I don't want to diminish the ending at all. I think it's fine. It's just that every time that we get something like this, it's such a short moment and I just want more of it. And it's so good. It's so well written too. And it just kind of, as soon as I start to wrap my arms around it, like I finally got it, it's already begun to dissipate and I've lost it. I got to go on a trek finding more of it again. And, so again, that's a me thing though, right? Because I think the ending is how it should have been. I just wish that that style of writing would have been more present in all these songs so that when the song condenses down into these singularities, it makes sense as a contrast rather than a return to a norm that I'm not really wanting to be the norm. Here's the other thing though, right? Going back to the Latin vibe, I really thought that worked well at the beginning to create a feeling of a bustling port town, right? The trumpet seemed to make less and less sense to me, as I've already noted. It kind of doesn't work well with the music, but what I found was narratively interesting here at the beginning. The song again devolves into more of a rule of cool style of writing that stops telling me anything narratively. I like that it keeps popping up. It makes me have hope that Hungry Lights, if this is their first album, maybe this is something they develop over the course of the next couple ones until maybe they have an album that I just absolutely love. So I'm trying to keep that in mind too, that there is room for growth, maybe not on the album, but um, in their career as musicians. But I also want to keep in mind that my tastes are just for me. And if they never grow into that, that doesn't mean that they haven't grown at all. It doesn't mean that they're not making great music. It just means that it's not for me. I'm not the audience for it. And I'm trying to keep that in mind too. Geez, we're already an hour and 40 into this, and there's so much left to go. All right, lyrics. All right, this song is about staying in the town with his wife, with Prite. Dang, I meant to remember his name too. Prill and Prite. How am I going to remember that? Anyways, they meet on the shore. He says, from the heart, again I felt beat, and the dawn, your smile. Oh, I concede. My heart beats again. I see your smile. It's like the shining of a new day. Everything is right in my world now. It says, as we embrace, we lock, we sight, telling each other stuff. This is my journey. This is what's been going on here. It says, but you ached to tell me something, and such words merely bounced off my naked ears they did not understand. Later on, it says, I would not believe such an absurd inception could test my honor and provoke my pride. I believe that what she wants to tell him is that she's pregnant. Because it never really states it clearly, but it does say that that they've made a treasure and weaved it in cloth of the kind that can't be forgotten. and such a fierceness was our love. Sort of alluding to this, the use of the word inception later on is, I feel like that's the main thing right there that sort of solidifies everything, because it's the inception that causes him to change his mind here in the final part of this track, but we have some ways to get there. He says that many hours and days and weeks went by, but I saw that I could not provide if I stayed by your side. As the moonlight shined into the sea, the reflections lied. He says, how could I spend my whole life like this? So now we come to the point. He says, I would not believe such an inception could test my honor and provoke my pride, and just when I fenced in my garden, the wild grew rampant for me. This idea that I had built this home, right? It's been weeks, months since I last left for sea. Got this child on the way. Let's make this life together. Whether he physically walled in his garden or fenced in his garden, or metaphorically, the idea here is that he set up a little area for himself. But as we saw 2 tracks ago, he said, I can't do any other job. This is me. I go out to sea. This is what I want to master. This is what brings me reward. And so lining up with that, at the end here, he says, I'd sail out before the high tide because I need to be the best again. The final stanza says, if I had a choice, I'd surely stay, but like a curtain closing on the stage, where else to go but back with the director? Into the blue, into the sea, into a frightened ocean. I would find what would get us by, ride the wings of desire through the fence. Basically, his need for adventure, to be a sailor, and to provide. He thinks that if he goes out here, he'll be able to provide for the family in a way that he can't if he stays. Now, I don't know if that's just monetarily, but we have seen that he as a person cannot be who he wants to be if he stays in the town. And that can affect mental attitude, that can affect your relationship with others. Maybe that's what he means. I don't know which way that's supposed to go, but regardless, he feels he needs to go out, and so he does. I kind of get the feeling it's one last adventure, as that's how these tales tend to go, but it doesn't state that. We're going to look at the next 2 tracks, this one called Drunken Stalemate, and then we'll check out the Umber Tower. Really great atmosphere building here. It's an interesting back and forth between these 2 guitars. Not quite call and response, not conversational, but not quite lined up either.
As I sat alone, my low rose eyes scoured the tavern. In that mass of riffraff, maybe I'd find an outcast that had whipped the chance I find. Darkness flowed,
Moody, layered, building parts into the space that others leave. Yeah, this is solid.
low tide. Curious, I queried for a dance. The tops of mirrors, they show things they don't mean to. How she would cough the dew, the music played, we swirled and dipped and draped a mask, swaggered like I'd been a mess. My breath was fire within and smoke and fumes. This drunken stalemate, it locked me where I stood.
The bells were nice. Yeah, nice groove here. Something else I notice is that a lot of these intros are very expansive. They're interesting sounds, atmospheres that can go in a variety of different directions, and every song's intro leads to the same sounds. I think the Fence is the only one that's gone in a little bit of a different direction. And that's just because the trumpet continued to play during most of it. But like this, I know this is just going to end up in that same metal area. Another good use of putting the acoustic guitar underneath the electrics. Interesting too, there's a lot of space left in here, a lot of room to put things, even without making it large.
interesting to have the violin and vocals active at the same time and both take breaks at the same time.
That solo had some nice push and pull to it. It was a bit strict in that let's hold out some notes, let's shred, let's hold out some notes, but I generally enjoy that more than just, straight shred for a while. What instrument is that? I mean, my gut says synth, probably, right?
Umber tower was quiet and looming before me. So I used its gallantry to fill that void. Truly I had embraced that delusion and glory. So I guess I don't know what I knew after all.
Such a place would leave us sour. The familiar taste upon my tongue. Oh, how I trembled at the knees. Such a place would leave us sour. The familiar taste upon my tongue. Oh, how I trembled at the knees.
The recontextualization of this violin part and fleshing out of it. All right. I'm starting to see this. I'm starting to get it, right? I don't think I have too big of an issue with the writing anymore. This song in particular, I think, did a pretty good job of incorporating other instruments into the metallic sections, of allowing their voices to be heard and to be a positive part of the metallic parts of the song, while also allowing the vocals, which are the lead melody in almost every part of the song, to interact with these extra instruments in a way that I think is generally a positive thing. It also allows some of the more textural or atmospheric sides of the writing to work well with the metal side without just being, oh, we're just going to accentuate the points where the guitars have accents. More of the instruments are allowed to come in on both of these tracks and explore the writing outside of just the lower volume or lower intensity sections. Now I understand too. You look at Drunken Stalemate, and the first half of that is low intensity and intricately written. So, I mean, that falls in line with my original understanding of this stuff, but the second half of it I thought did a decent job, a better job than some of the other tracks at going back into a metal direction and keeping some of those instruments in mind when writing. It's not Umber, it's Umber Tower. I'm gonna mispronounce that. Sorry. Even in my head, I've been saying Umber Tower. I thought this was the Black Tower this whole time. Okay. Umber Tower leans into this more, and there's plenty of stuff. I mean, the entire chorus, I think, is really well done as far as using the bells and the violins to create more, to embellish on what the metal instruments are doing rather than just fall in line with it. We have a little bit of counterpoint going on with the violin and vocals, and I love the recontextualization of the violin part here to get a full idea rather than play for, what is it, like play for 4 beats and then rest for 4 beats, to just continuously play while also hearing this melody alongside this different key that we're in with the non-metal instruments out of the picture, and we get to view this entirely different side to this melody. Beautiful writing. I love that. It's gorgeous. And I think that even the metal riffs here in track 6, I think, are a little more interesting, at least, than some of the other ones we've heard. It's not necessarily just, complex music equals good, but I think that this group, this band, they know how to write interesting music. And you can write interesting, simple music. There's plenty of songs that we've had on the channel that's like 2 instruments. And I'm like, dude, this is gorgeous. It's mind-blowing. Everything just works so well together. You can be concise. You can be simple and still be effective. I don't necessarily think this album has always done that. It has been simple and fine. It's none of this album, I think, has really been to a detriment to itself, but I get the idea that this group can write a lot better. Well, I don't want to use the word better because that's subjective. They can write more positively complex things that add up to something greater than, and are choosing not to. And originally it was like, maybe it was just a one-off. They did that one song, they didn't have, the energy to do another one. But no, I'm listening to Umber Tower, I'm like, yeah, dude, they can do this, and they can bring it into the metal. And the way that the song ebbs and flows, yes, I know, water pun, and goes between its high intensity and low intensity sections, its thinner sections with just a couple of instruments, and its denser sections, and the way that it's just incorporating everything feels so much more masterful than anything else. I know most albums aren't written in the order that the track list is, but I find it interesting that as we progress through this, I'm finding the writing to be more engaging. I'm hoping that this has maybe something to do with theme, right? And the album's supposed to get progressively more interesting or more complex, as the beginning of it is a single person on a journey back home. You don't really get any simpler than that. You got a dude on a boat and the boat wrecks. And so the singularity of character, of scope, of all of this allows the album to be simpler. And as we continue to progress through this tale, I'm kind of hoping the songs get more complex and we begin to see more of that writing from track 1 elsewhere. I might just be hoping too much on this, though. Okay. So, I enjoyed these two a lot more than The Fence, a lot more than Prite and Promise. Drunken Stalemate, in particular, I thought did a fantastic job at crafting an atmosphere and then leaning into it. Something that I haven't quite vocalized, but it really did dawn on me then. Every one of these songs, as I mentioned in the beginning of Umber Tower, I've generally been on board with every intro. Talking about the atmosphere building, the layering, the connected writing style that's been going on, the use of external sounds and samples to create to add to that atmosphere, and even more interesting instrumentation. I don't remember if it was Drunken Stalemate or Umber Tower, but one of them had wood blocks in it. That's awesome. I love the woodblock tone. It has such a warm percussive sound, but it's still bright and chirpy. And that combination is just a very cool tone. And we heard it in one of these two songs. It's just more of a chance for wider instrumentation to get a bit of a showcase. But invariably, every single time that we have one of these intros, they really could go anywhere that they want. These introductions cast such a unique atmosphere from track to track. The intro to track 2 is so different from 3, so different than 4, so different than 5 and 6. They're all unique, and yet they all end up at the same place. Although I'll say Umber Tower is a little different. That one, it's still metally, but it's a different kind of metal. We're going to talk about that in a second. But I mean, definitely tracks 2, 3, and 4, they all had very similar metal fashions to them, both in timbre and in composition. And for being as diverse as this album can be with intros, the meat of the song always ends up the same place, and I just find that to be a little underwhelming. Especially given track 1. Again, I don't want to hammer in on that, but it's like, to me, that's my whole experience. So much potential showed at the beginning. And so, Drunken Stalemate, again, very cool intro, leads somewhere different though. We have a totally different vocal style, we have totally different harmony, chord progression, different mode that we're in. It feels more ominous. By the end of it, we still have a little bit of an adventurous element to it, but it doesn't feel bright and exciting. It kind of feels doomed. Umber Tower leans into this more. This is a very haunting track, I think. The guitars kind of undersell that a little bit once they come in. The vocals... I'm going to talk about the vocals in isolation in a second. But I do love the haunting feeling of this track. We do have the violin that comes in, and it gives us a nice bit of energetic push in this song. And like I said, I think that's the drive, the passion, the need to be better, as he stated at the end of the last track. It shows itself in various places of this song, trying to lift the spirits of the music somewhere other than where it is, but the guitars, the bass, the big stingers on the strings, they all just want to be low and meaty and dark and gloomy. It's interesting storytelling, something we haven't really heard much of. I mean, even Drunken Stalemate, I don't think had very good storytelling. It just had a really great atmosphere. From the start, you could tell this was a guy in a bar trying to put together a team to get on the boat and head out. At least that's what it sounded like to me. Umber Tower kind of figured was the... I mean, well, we also had the, all the voices chatting. It felt like a pub kind of idea. Although I suppose it could also have been on the deck of the ship, which would completely obliterate my perception of what was going on there. But yeah, that was my vibe. And he's just kind of sitting there in the corner, kind of grumbling to himself, talking about all these people in here. I don't know what he said, but it just kind of fits, right? So, yeah, again, just great atmosphere. But then we get to Umber Tower, though, and we're back to narrative storytelling, right? Yes, atmosphere, sure, in parts of this. But otherwise, I also have this clashing idea here. The violin versus everything else. One against the world, right? This is something that just I haven't connected with on any other track, and I love it here. And I love the violin becoming more expressive over time until it gets the full melody out at the end of the song. I'm not sure what that represents, but I'm glad that it's there. It feels like it's been stilted this entire time, because like I even mentioned during the chorus, we've had a lot of call and response on here, but we could have had that here too. But instead we have the vocals and the violin playing at the same time and then resting at the same time, just creating this pocket of space in the chorus that nothing's really filling. There's a little lick in the guitar over here on the right, but it's not really lead in the mix, and it's not a really strong idea either to be taking over the role of a lead melody from these instruments. So the chorus ends up kind of feeling half done to me at times because of this. And like I said, it was just really nice to get a full violin part, to hear, oh, they were stifled at this point. Now we get to hear their full message. The whole evolution of that violin line was very cool. And so, like, again, just coming back to this idea, there's narrative storytelling in the music, something that I just haven't heard too much of in the past few tracks, and is a return to what I'm going to call form. A return to form. The promises made in the first 6 minutes of this album. And I'm glad to hear it, and I really hope it sticks around. I'd even say that tracks 5 and 6 have less Rule of Cool Metal stuff going on, and more interesting writing, bringing in more instruments, allowing them to participate in more complex ways. Like I said, I feel like this album's starting to get more complex here, with track 6 being more complex than 5, which was more complex than 4, which was more complex than 2 or 3. 2 and 3 kind of felt the same to me. And I'm hoping that this continues on, that I'm not just picking up a pattern that was unintentional and is not going to be continued on. Now, I mentioned the vocals. I want to bring this up. Subjectively, they're not really working for me. I think in isolation, they're fine. I do tend to like the clean vocals better than the harsh ones. I don't think there's anything wrong with the harshes, just harsh vocals in general. I have a tough time getting along with. And these are unique too, which isn't, it's not helping my enjoyment of them in any way. It's another hurdle for me to get over. Whereas, like, you go turn on any modern metalcore and everybody's using the same harsh, and while I'm not a big fan of that either, I'm very used to that. I've heard that in too many songs. And so that's not a hurdle anymore. I have that expectation and that understanding of what it is. Here, I'm still acclimating to the sound of it, but I do like the cleans in here. But what I think doesn't really sell me is that the harsh vocals end up feeling very demonic. I don't like that word, but I think it fits. There's a aggression and animosity, almost an animalistic element that shines through it that I don't think really fits the character. Maybe it's just me, but the person that I see in my mind listening to this tale is somebody who is not a gruff, hardened, you know, mean sailor who has seen everything on the seas and nothing scares him. No, this is a guy who, I mean, he talks about not being the best and how, his ship crashed and wrecked, and I mean, that's just the way it is. He could do any other thing, but he doesn't want to. Nothing else is as fulfilling. He just kind of seems to be like an average Joe. Not like super meek and timid, but not a gruff dude either. And the animalistic sounds just do not match who I get out of the story told to me. And that's, as I begin to pick up more of the lyrics, and I listen to more of them with the intent of hearing the words more so than the performance itself, I'm just finding that the delivery of the words feel, I feel divided on them. They don't feel like they fit the story. They don't feel like they fit the character. And it keeps pulling me out. Just like watching the first Captain America and watching that terribly CGI'd face of Chris Evans on that little kid at the beginning. Like, it just pulls you right out of the experience. That's just, it's weird. It's wrong. It doesn't fit. That's what this feels like to me. Now, maybe, again, this is just me. Maybe Hungry Lights, they picture this guy as a big, buff, burly, hardened sailor with tattoos all over the place. And he talks with a gruff sound. And he's just always ready to get back out to sea. I'm just not seeing that, though. Not in his actions, not in the way that he speaks, not in his language. I think particularly there's almost like a Shakespearean element to some of these lines. And I mean, it's too fanciful, too fluid, too flowery, I think, to be a hardened sailor. And so I'm kind of losing on that too. And this has nothing to do with technique or anything. I think, like I said, in isolation, the vocals are fine for what they're doing. I think they sound fine for the sound of the music. But from a theatric element, a narrative element, I'm getting lost on it. Let me check out some lyrics for these two, and then we're going to wrap this one up. Well, I was right about the tavern direction. It says, as I sat alone, my low rose eyes scoured the tavern in that mass of riffraff. Maybe I'd find an outcast that had whipped the chance I pined. Looking for someone to join him in his crew. He says, but a darkness flowed beside me. It smelled of rain and low tide. This makes me think it's some sort of, I don't know, mystical element, a spirit of the water or something. Smelling of rain and low tide. Curious, I queried for a dance. So this person shows up next to him. And he says, yeah, you want to go dancing? Like, did he just forget that he's looking for a crew? I don't know. Kind of confused here. Says how she would cough the cue. The music blared, we swirled and dipped. I draped a mask and swaggered like I'd been a mess. My breath was foul with ale and smoke and fumes. This drunken stalemate had locked me where I stood. So he's drunk. And the night is just a whirlwind of sounds and images. And he says, and as she blathered horns of nonsense, not soon enough she burnished my covet prize, and like a fool I set out into the storm. I pursued. So, he says that this person mostly said nothing of worth to him, but eventually she dropped a little nugget of information. She burnished my covet prize. Whatever he wanted, she gave him a location for. I don't know. And he says, like a fool, I set out for the storm. So, now he knows what he needs to get. Hopefully, I guess, to provide for his family. And he sets out into the storm. That's never a good thing. That's like that ship story 101, right? If you've ever just figured out about a dangerous trek and there's a storm coming in, just don't go today. Just don't do. I've seen enough movies. This doesn't end well. But like he said, he's a fool. He went looking anyways. So, we have the Umber Tower. The journey here completely skipped over, which I suppose is fine. I'm sure there wasn't going to be anything of interest there anyways. It says, the Umber Tower is quiet and looming before me. I once used nothingness to fill that void. And then the sky must thrown a gauntlet to detour me from the center. I knew, and I've never been wrong. So he tries to get in, and he can't. He talks about the winds being changed. Now his hair is all matted down from the rain. He says, for most people, a place like this would leave a sour, familiar taste upon my tongue. How I trembled at the knees. This place scared him. He mentions that he finds an underground something. Says, underneath a mask in the gully I hide, and I sank much deeper than I had prepared for. Tailing shades coalesced and converged on the walls. When I turned, they were nothing, no nothing at all. Talks about going through this place, trying to get to this tower, going much deeper than he had prepared for. Maybe metaphorically, maybe it's still not that deep of a cavern or cave or wherever he went in, but it felt like a massive descent. So this is interesting too, because once again, we have an album called The Ascent, and we have a going down. Interesting, I forgot about this too, but in track 2, when he was trying to swim to shore, he got pulled under the water. He descended for a moment there. So, yeah, not a lot of ascending going on here. I'm really looking forward to track 9 or whatever it was to see what the album is named after. But anyways, he sees shadows and stuff down here, and he faces to look at them ready for a fight, and there's nothing there at all. He says, oh, such beguiling was their boisterous game, my own shadow, now a faceless no one. At sudden, from inside me, I felt a rapid disassemble, and all around had turned to gloom. Still, all around was calm, and I raised my fist, but there was no confrontation, just a question they had asked, and with the comfort I gave in. So finally, these shadowy figures formed in front of him. He was ready for a fight, and all they did was ask him a riddle. He says, an Umber tower was quiet and looming before me, so I used its gallantry to fill that void. Truly, I had embraced that delusion and glory, so I guess I don't know what I knew after all. It seems that he's doubting himself now, and that this riddle, whatever it was, caused him to come face to face with his doubts. He says, I don't know what I knew, I don't know who I am, I don't know what I'm looking for. I had embraced delusion and glory. And that's going to take us to track 7, the Nimloks. I'm curious about this one. Anything with a "the" in front of, other than the fence, because I know what a fence. I don't know what a Nimlok is. So I'm like, ooh, what kind of direction are we going with this one?
Inside of that hive, the air was still. All I saw, a fog that go for miles. A buzzing drone would heighten all my senses. To a tune of rusty like hose.
It's interesting. I've heard some Godsmack on here, particularly Drunken Stalemate. This one, though, reminds me of Alice in Chains. Well, not anymore.
And I waited in the dirt for my John. To my surprise, I saw them hungry down below, but I felt serene for mortal man. They were demons and made to follow me, and they crept down the way through. And they tore my heart and drank my fountain dry. I remain with half a head on my shoulders, where my pills left to melt in shame and gold.
Nice control on this one. Every time we get into something a bit heavier, we rein it back in, as if the song's ready to take off and just not letting it.
Yeah.
The vocal melody on this one is very repetitive. It's interesting because the vocals have been fairly catchy on this album, but the rhythmic pattern on this is pretty much the same every single time. Alright, we got some variation on it 5 minutes into this track. So that really quick strumming that we get sometimes on that right there. There's been a couple of times where the left guitar hit it and then the right guitar followed it up as a response. Haven't done that in a while, but I thought that was pretty cool. The drum build up here is nice. Filling in some of the space that the other instruments are leaving. But it's gonna have to end bombastic, right? I mean, I hope not. So that was interesting. The fast strumming on the left got an increase of volume like we were building, and after that we had the retardando. Why increase the intensity to immediately bring it back? I don't know. All right, the Awry Ascent. That's what I've been looking forward to. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. These little guitar ideas. And a little stinger to fill in the space. Yeah, dude, this is great. A lot of nice textures all around. That beautiful melody has been replaced with pedal tone writing. I mean, it's a cool riff, I'll give it that. But again, the intro could have gone anywhere, and it shows this again.
Burned by the false wonder, yet still
There is a little bit of that Phrygian thrown in there again on the guitar. Oh, that's kind of fun. See, I thought that was a really cool idea as a one-off. I don't know. As like a recurring thing in the chorus. The linear melody writing is solid on this album. There's just not a lot of it. Well, that was a nice subversion, a little variation. Instead of dropping it down and bring it back up like they always had. Just really lean into that height. And see, this is a really cool consolidating. We've taken a more dynamic melody and have stripped it down to the bare minimum, this vocal line. It's based on the chorus melody, it's just reduced to the bare basics. Bringing the entire song in on this, very impactful for a finale. But the rest of the song was also kind of a lot of that too, so it loses some of that impact by lack of contrast. I do like this revisiting of this melody. That was it was on the guitar. It was also on the vocals. The violin played a variation of it as well. I do like that theme reuse on there. I think that works very well. And it gives everything a little bit more of a connected feeling, too. It brings the whole song together. I'm going to be honest. I don't really have a lot to say about these two that I haven't said already. I pointed to some of the specific parts of the songs that I quite enjoyed. Little nuances, little details, the use of variation there in the Awry Ascent. But at the end of the day, well, Nimloks was a little less of, because Nimloks was like a hard rock track, I think, at its core, with some slight metallic leanings. But Nimloks also is way more repetitive than anything else. I don't think that it earned its 7.5 minute runtime. Especially since that's the second longest track on the album. It spends a lot of time in repetitive moments, and like I had mentioned, that vocal melody is the same thing over and over and over and over, and I was not on board with that one, which sucks because I do think that as far as atmosphere goes, general sonic palette, I think that's one of my favorite tracks. It's got like a early Godsmack, something like that would be on Faceless, their second album, meets like Alice in Chains. And I think that's a very cool vibe, and it has a little bit of bite beyond that. Like I said, there's some metallic leanings in it, even if I think at its heart it is a hard rock track. It also just has a very ominous, we'll just stick with ominous atmosphere to it. There's always like this creeping element on the outskirts of the emotion. I think that's very cool. It feels like creeping along a spooky area, right? And I think it works well with this idea of the Umber Tower. In fact, I think the Umber Tower, which was a song about being spooked by your own shadow, should have had the Nimloks atmosphere to it. I think Umber Tower had too much of that metallic bite to really get into this idea of being afraid of your own shadow. And so, I mean, that's kind of a missed opportunity, I think. But I did like Nimloks' atmosphere. It's just, man, there's a lot of repetition in there, and I just got a little tired for me. But then we get to the Awry Ascent, though, and I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record. I'm just going to say this real quick. There's so many cool ideas in here. The song kicks off with a great idea. I really like the atmosphere we start off with. I like the way that things get balanced, the way that everything locks in with each other and builds. It's just a great opening. It had me hook, line, and sinker. The melody was catchy and also interesting. It was going in a couple of unique directions. And we traded all of that for pedal tone writing. And I think I've said this even about albums I really love. This is one of those ruined by the metal albums where, like, the metallic side's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with the metal side of this album. And I think I had the same thing to say about was it Gods of Debauchery by Seven Spires? Or was it? I don't remember what album we did. It was Solveig, wasn't it? By Seven Spires. And by the end of the album, all I wanted was more of the non-metal parts. Like, the metal was fine. It's not like it was bad metal or anything like that. It's just, I'm not a metalhead. And if you're going to tell me to choose, I'm not like, Hungry Lights is over here asking me to choose, but you're giving me two courses right here. And one is my favorite meal and one is a meal I can stomach. I'm going to want the one that I enjoy more often than the other, and this album's just not content with giving it to me. And every time that I start to get into that, and I'm like, yes, let's see where you take this, they take the plate out and put this other one in front of me, and it kind of ruins my experience. If it was just a metal album, I would not have this reaction to it at all. It's just the thing it would be, but I'm presented with these two these two different ideas. And I'm certainly enjoying one more than the other. And it's, as usual on this channel, it seems, the less dominant form of the album. So, I mean, that's just how I'm walking away. Like, the riffs in Awry Ascent, they're fine. If you like pedal tone, I like... I've enjoyed some of the other riffs on this album a lot more. I'm not a big pedal tone kind of guy. Sometimes it can be used to great effect. Usually, it bores me. It's not my favorite way of writing a metal riff. But then, like, we'll pull in a guitar solo, and I'm here for it, man. The entire melodic writing of it is great. The push, the pull, the flow of it, the pacing. I love the note choices, the speeding up, the slowing down. It's not even just that I want the more orchestral elements. I just want that writing. I want that strong, melodic, layered writing everywhere in this album, and that's not the kind of art they wanted to make. I know this is like a short section, pretty much no analysis at all, just a bunch of opinion here, which is probably not why a lot of you come to the channel, but I don't have a read on this other than beautiful and rule of cool. And I'm not really getting any storytelling out of any of this. And all the cool little tidbits, the few of them that there are in the songs, I point out in the reactions. So, lyrics. Alright, so the Nimloks appear to be some sort of creatures down here in this cavern. He says that they walk their way through. It seems that they're demons made to follow me, and if they could, they tear my heart and drink my fountain dry. So, he does what he can to hide away from them and wait. But down below all of this, he finds a river. Now, I find this to be a little interesting, just thinking of it logically, but I think thematically it's very interesting. More so than just the logistics of a river in a cavern that's beneath the ocean. But this idea that there's a constant jumping back and forth between being on the water and being on land. We start the song on the water in the boat. That kind of happens before the album. And then we are in the water, swimming towards the land. We're on the land. Then we get back in a boat to get on the water. Then we find our way into a cave to get back onto land. And now we have a river where we are going to get back on water. This duality, two sides of the same coin between land and liquid. I'm not sure what it's supposed to represent, but I don't think that it's a coincidence. That it seems like every song we're jumping between what is beneath our feet. Or I should say what's beneath the protagonist's feet. Regardless, at the end of this, he says, and my path led to a mountain of shame and gold. If I stay too long, the darkness will turn my soul black, but all the same, at least I'd have my gold. So, he sees his riches, what he thinks is going to be what would allow him to support his family. And he's thinking about it. He's like, this could corrupt me, but I'd be able to provide. But around this time, the Nimloks find him. He wonders if he could cross this river made of anguish, but before he could decide, they strike with their pose into my faith, and they sink their sink their teeth into my soul. So I close my eyes and I let go. There's now no envy to drown my voice, the cold mud of freedom's grandeur. Judgment has been denied, for I stand on the other side. I feel it calling home. I hear it sound its horn. I feel it. There's this phrase that pops up a few times here. I remain with half a head on my shoulders. This idea that he's only ever half into what he's doing here. He's always of a split judgment. Now here, I don't know what's going on, because it states rather clearly that the Nimloks have got him. That they are striking into his faith, they're striking into his soul, and he lets go. He just allows this to happen. But on the very next stanza, he says, I've made it to the other side. And he says, I feel it calling home and I hear it sound its horn. I assume this is the gold that's corrupting his soul. This idea of remaining with half a head on my shoulders. I thought this might have been about the Nimloks. Some sort of suggestion over him as it was, as they were devouring his soul. But it could also be about the gold. Again, not really sure. But then he makes the decision, if my read on this is correct, and goes to the pile of gold. Doesn't seem to be of two minds now anymore, does he? I don't understand the language and the prose of this album has been very straightforward, a little bit of allusion, a little bit of metaphor, but for the most part, it tells the story pretty straightforward. This is the first time I feel like I'm confused by what the lyrics are saying. I suppose I just have to get to the next track and see if we're following the Nimloks or if we're beginning to hoard some gold. I'm beginning to lose the thread on this a little bit. Part of it is that we have entered into a very fantastic side of things. Shadows that can play tricks on us. What I assume are like little impish demon type things, and now an infinite staircase. I don't think I'm as upset about what I perceive to be a shift from a grounded realism into a fantastic story. In fact, I think it's kind of ironic now that earlier on I talked about isekai style stories of characters who pretty much hail from our world and get transported into mystical or fantastical ones, such as I mentioned earlier, Chronicles of Narnia. This feels very much like that. But without any sort of connective tissue, I am just thrust around between a series of what seems to be set pieces, almost. After arriving at this gold, we don't talk about that again. The next song, the Awry Ascent, we enter in media res. This person is already ascending an infinite staircase. Says every step shall resonate as the culling of privation, and in the echo of my forward betterment, I blaze a path. Says a staircase not made of sense, but made of dreams that evade and grow until the ivy sprouts into the sky. Shadow's true existence, a false mirage. It seems like an endless staircase, but it isn't. It's just an illusion. He calls it a foul immersion. At this point, it is assumed that he breaks the illusion somehow, maybe just by acknowledging that this staircase is not, in fact, real. We go into another chorus, which we haven't talked about yet, but then we get to the third verse, and he says, no seer would tell me of my discarded faith. I dismissed such heed. I was embodied with pride, with ego, the worst of evils. We go into another chorus, and then he talks about how he envies the albatross, how it can soar with its heavy wings. He would like to soar like that as well. The vim and the courage that the albatross has. It showed me I could fly if only I would endure. Now, according to both the annotation under this and the description of the story on the fandom wiki page, what happens here is that Prill meets an acquaintance of the seer who lives at the top of the observatory, who is named Flinter. Flinter warns Prill that his quest for Fothcrah, which I have no idea what Fothcrah is. It is the name of the 11th track. I assume that this was written with knowledge of the entirety of the story, but I guess this is what Prill has been going after this entire time. That this quest will be in vain. Prill refuses to listen, which is acknowledged in the lyrics. No seer will tell me of my discarded faith, and I dismiss such heed. Flinter says you shouldn't do this. Prill says, I don't care, I do what I want. Then Prill expresses a desire to be free of his burdensome past, past and soar like the albatross, because he feels that in order to accomplish this, he must catch Fothcrah. So now, see, this is where I'm a bit lost on this. I wish there was more information to this. The only thing I can think is that there is some extra text somewhere, liner notes, a pamphlet, maybe even a short story that goes along with the album that fills in all the blanks that the album skips. There's so much that the lyrics don't quite lean into, and you have to know the full story to understand what most of this is about. I mean, we literally had one line that said, "No seer would tell me of my discarded faith." We were in fact talking about a specific seer and their message that we were not privy to. It's not mentioned at all. I'm finding myself rather frustrated with the lack of detail that is left in the album. It almost seems, like I said, that this is not designed to be understood on its own. It's missing key information here. And in fact, it started making me think about something else that we listened to that was very, very similar to this. And I'm wondering if there is any sort of influence from A Lamb Lies Down on Broadway on Hungry Lights. Because the idea of a regular Joe in the first couple of songs with a little bit of a heightened bit of imagination, but primarily focused on a real world character in our real world, going through a bunch of fantastical ideas with very little narrative information explaining how we get to some of those. I will say that Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, being about twice as long as this album, had a bit more details to it. It was easier to follow in a lot of ways, but there were also a lot of jumps and skips around in it as well. And my confusion during that, particularly because of the story and the lyrics, it's being mirrored here, also in a tale of a normal person reaching heights, metaphorically by exploring these fantastic realms after starting off in a more grounded reality. The parallels, I think, are pretty strong. I'm trying not to let this get to me, but after reading these lyrics here, and then reading what actually happened, a plot, paraphrasing of it all, I can't help but think that if I didn't have this extra bit of information, I would be completely lost here. And that to me doesn't make for great art, unless you design it as multimedia, in which case that kind of sucks with streaming. I mean, how does that work? This came out in 2015. It's not like this was back in a day when listening to it, you're pretty much guaranteed to run into an insert or liner notes or something like that. You can't package a book with a streamed digital song. I don't know. I gotta look. I do have to look a little bit into this. We are practically done with this. There's 3 songs left. I want to look into a little bit of who Hungry Lights is, and some more information. Let me look into that real quick. Okay, this is intriguing. So Hungry Lights is a music project by a single person, one Justin Bonnets. Originally coming from a different project, he was the lead singer of a band named Neon. Possibly. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think that's going to be close enough. Justin was on lead vocals, guitar, and songwriting. There were 3 other members. They had released a few albums, but for the most part, the other band members left to pursue other goals, leaving just Justin. Under the name of that same band, he released a couple more albums. 3 more, it seems like. Decided he was going to remaster his first one again, and fans were concerned about this. There was some backlash to some of the stuff that Justin was doing, and he grew kind of tired of this, uploaded an emotional video to YouTube, and said that he wasn't happy with the way things were going, and he basically needed to reboot his musical presence. And so, a couple months later, a YouTube video under the account named Hungry Lights appeared. And this is where the band, or this project, begins. So, this is actually the first album in a 5-album story
that's called From Windfall to Hell. On top of that, there is a novelization of this album somewhere. As of 2018, at least according to the wiki, Justin had mentioned he was on his 11th draft, that the novel would be between 300 and 500 pages, but that as of right now, it doesn't seem it's been released yet. That actually makes a lot of sense. I would love to read a book based around this. And having the music as like musical numbers between more narratively driven, traditionally delivered story. I think that would be pretty cool. And it seems too, I could be totally wrong on this, but it appears that Justin reworked some ideas that he had from his original band in order to create what would be this Hungry Lights project. He says that he wasn't happy with some of the lyrics and album covers and mixes, but he did enjoy some of the story. Not everything in the old project was bad, and he was using bits and pieces of it cobbled together to create this new project. So, that's where we are here. This is a one-man band. Justin also produces this. Okay. I don't think that changes any of what I have said about it. From a purely artistic perspective, I think this album does what it does well. From a completely subjective perspective, I'm still not a big fan of all of it. There are pieces of it that I find really enjoyable and more pieces that I don't. And as we get more into the story, I'm finding that I'm enjoying the lyrics less and less. But I do think that's it's interesting because it is a one-person project from the bottom to the top. Every instrument, every vocal line, every bit of composition, every piece of production. One single person crafted it all. Which is a blessing and a curse. And I'll tell you that as somebody who writes all of my own stuff with pretty much no feedback. I do my own production, my own vocals, my own writing, my own performing. I think anybody who goes that route will tell you that sometimes you need somebody to tell you, hey, dude, that's not good. You're going too far with it. Tighten this up. You need an editor, basically. Every great book, every great song has had a secondary source of editing to it. Very few people can self-restrain themselves to make the cuts that are necessary for greatness. And to make changes on things, not even just about cutting, but altering ideas. I honestly think that that's sort of what happened here with Justin. There's so many good ideas here. It's just not consistent. And again, I'll put some of that on me. That's subjective, right? I'm not trying to say that as a fact of the album. That's my opinion on it. And I've gone back and listened to stuff and I've thought, dude, why did I do that? I would have totally cut this and went in that direction and shifted it that way. I think that's just a part of being an artist in general, but it does make me wonder what Justin thinks about this album now that there's a few more out there. How many are there in total now? So we have 4 out right now. The Awry Ascent, Heavy is the Crown, Three Gods and Me, and Mudu Ra. That's a lot of experience to gain over, it seems like it was about an album a year. So about 4 years there. Count the recording and writing process for the first album, you're looking at half a decade. Plus the extra half decade after that 4th album came out that the 5th one hasn't yet. That's a lot of time to grow, change, look back on things. Yeah, I am kind of interested where Justin sits with this work as his first one as a solo artist. All right.
In the Eyes of a Sword. We're going to run that back to back with Wither, talk about that, and then we're going to do the final longest track, Fothcrah, as a solo one. Let's dive in. We have seagulls again. We were just on a staircase talking to a seer. Where is there seagulls? I do like this energy though. This is fun. Yeah, the back and forth on the gut. That's nice. High energy, very adventurous. Got the strings in the background, ramping up the energy. Interesting, the vocals using the same rhythm as that guitar.
And if the wind would catch in my sail, I'd find the beast that fouled up the water. Hell, the Lord that would change the course of
The tom focus in the drums, bringing the acoustic underneath the electric again.
doldrums I pigeonholed my dream. Confessing quandaries of the ley line kept me anchored in that spot.
Has a nice folk edge to it.
I should have thought things through. There'd be no misconceptions to step on my shoes. You're getting I'm pulled in the wrong direction, burdened by the knowledge in my crown. And in the standstill, I felt my main draw. I was a lion in the swell. And at that moment, your true religion took sudden a scroll had been my tail. That precious virtue had been forgotten. No lies would sit upon my throne. There was a fire in my eyes, and I soon made my way to love. But I feel guilty for doubting the ways of your will. Love no crying in the ocean, the waves of constancy hiding my uncanny kiss. With the liars of no one the same as the noblemen, heroes and scoundrels alike. In the eyes of a sword.
Nice having the bells back. Could use a little boost up in the volume.
I need no compass for a tiger's eye. It spearheads my journey through the open waters more, into the mystery of a wrathful nettled guide. No ship would sail here, for the world that's to drowning. And the rain poured down, made it difficult to see who was carrying on my back. On the way to the world, I suffered in the maze of the giant's aloneness. I had created such impressive walls, and in my mind, no, I could never ever fall. Yes, indeed, I got to treasure with my spine. It's ferocity, it built its darkness to my brain. And in such moment, I would make that necessary measure. No way to accomplish such a thing that no one ever heard. There was fear in my eyes. I never think things through. And on this voyage of arrogance, I have forgotten just who I am. Love no pride in the ocean, the waves of
Halftime? Okay.
hiding my uncanny kiss.
unification of sound too. I mean, that's a cornerstone of endings on this album. But the halftime feels nice. Add a little bit to that. This is a fun ending too. Dang. That's a fun beginning and a fun end. I wish that energy would have been retained throughout the middle there. The guitar melody. This part's fine. But just like 8 bars ago, it was doing this dissonant run.
crooks of the ocean. She had awoken, behold all wonder. I casted my light. Did she ever bite to taste? Shaky hand in place for the real and turn. Night, my reflection turned into
Okay. Yeah. This fits with where we came from. I think the guitars, the bells, the violins, the vocals are all really working well together on this too. That bass tone, I still think that's just phenomenal.
Struck
nice use of the violin to fill in with what the... Oh, it's gone already though. That's some gnarly vocal work too. Here's the storm. Okay. That's something I hadn't considered either. Back at the fence, he said he left into the storm. Or maybe that was Drunken Stalemate? Yeah. He said he left into the storm, but we didn't hear a storm till now. The penultimate song. I mean, I guess we're just to assume there was a storm getting to Umber Tower, but it seems like weird foreshadowing. Like it's going to be to make the trip more arduous, and we didn't get to see the trip at all. Okay, there's actually a part in there. I was like, you know what? I'm probably just going to run it into the last track. I don't really have a lot to say about it. Wither surprised me, though. All right, this is good. It's a step in the right direction. I still don't think it's exactly what I want from the album, but I think I'm done asking for that because it's not fair to begin with. At least my wants this time around are like cemented in something the album gave me once. But yeah, I mean, this is like solid. The beginning, excellent atmosphere. Love the layering. Love the expanded instrumentation. I mean, this I've just been saying about every song. Wither continues to deliver on this. Absolutely marvelous. I love the energy. Love the emotion. It's good stuff. It's eerie. It's unsettling. It's like creeping up to, the big bad dungeon, right? And you're coming up on the final boss, and it's a little bit of it is that, this dungeon, you can see it off in the distance. It looks small. It's so far away, but it's still eerie. You're like, oh, dang, that's going to be a tough dungeon when I get to it. But like the music leans into that too. There's a calm before the storm, which I think is a really good metaphor given that the song literally ends with thunder crack. But yeah, it's the calm before the storm. There's this low energy. You can feel the electricity at the floor of this, but the danger's not here yet. Each new layer brings in a new emotion to it. It is dangerous, but there's also a little bit of fear to it. There's maybe a little bit of self-doubt. I love the vulnerability in the vocals here. It's not just the non-compressed clean that we've heard a couple of times. It's also a bit airy, whispery. It feels like something somebody would be saying to themselves under their breath. Maybe as a way to hype themselves up. Maybe it's just monologuing. But it delivers the feeling accurately. It pairs with everything else that's going on. This is a big moment, but we're not there yet. We're leading up to it. And every bit of this sells it while also having this layered approach that we've seen so many times on this album that feels like we are getting closer to this thing, whatever the danger is. The next track is called Fothcrah, which apparently is this thing we have to go get in order to win or something. I'm lost on this, right? I thought the whole point was to get the thing that would allow you to support your family, and I really thought that was going to be the gold, and we've just forgotten about the gold entirely. So I don't know what the MacGuffin is anymore. I'm a bit lost on the story. I don't know what a Fothcrah is. I don't know if it's a person or a thing or a being. But it's gonna make us into an albatross. I say us, like this story is about me. It's gonna make Plath, Prass, Prill. It's gonna make Prill into an albatross, or at least he believes that if he catches Fothcrah, he will become an albatross, or at least soar like one, removing his burden of the past, which still completely blows my mind too, because like that's not anything about his character up to this point. We don't know anything about his past that he would want to get rid of. I don't know, man. Back to the music. This is a fantastic opening. And it just sets the stage for the metal part. I think this is the first time that I don't feel disappointment when the metal part comes in. Is it a harsh transition? Yes. Do we go somewhere totally different? Yes, that too. But I think it works. It's almost like instead of being gradually ramping up into this big moment, we have now just been teleported in front of the dungeon, and that sounds jarring, but I think it really works here because I read this as okay, so like back to my like creeping up on the dungeon thing, right? The castle, you're going to save the princess or something, some cliched 80s story thing going on here. Classic Mario. But we're on a horse, like we're playing Zelda. Wait, Zelda has rescuing a princess too. Just follow this thread, okay? We're on a horse, we're going up to a castle, and like it's off in the distance, right? And we're just like, dude, that's imposing. This is going to be tough. Am I geared out for this? Do I have what it takes to finish this? We're in our mind, right? We're so caught up in ourselves that the journey just happens. And then you snap out of it and you're here. Dude, it's right in front of you. The danger is now quite present. You were just like in your own head about things that you weren't paying attention to your surroundings anymore. That's what this feels like. A snap back to reality. Gravity's still here though, but it's a realization that I have to deal with this now. And I like that because what comes in is imposing. It's not just a fear on the outskirts. This is a big moment. The guitars come in big and heavy. The bass tone's just fantastic. The vocals are more unhinged and gnarly than ever. Apparently, this was supposed to be a 5-album story about a descent into madness, which I thought was interesting because it's called the Awry Ascent. Oh wait, no, actually that works, because if the ascent is awry, that means something goes south. Something doesn't work the way it should. What should have been a climb ends up being a descent. I think I finally pieced the title together. The Awry Ascent would be another word of saying a descent, or something that would lead to a descent. It was supposed to improve things, and instead we've screwed things up. And I think the madness of the character is really beginning to set in. I mean, we heard the harsh vocals and the compressed cleans. I mean, this has been the thing for most of the album. But the layered harshes that we get here are the gnarliest on the album. It's also called Wither, which makes you think that maybe mentally or a character arc for this person. Prill? I got it right this time. That they're beginning to wither, maybe morally, maybe mentally, maybe emotionally, whatever. They had kind of alluded to this in Nimloks, where the gold would blacken his soul. We might be there at this point. Maybe the castle that I keep alluding to as a metaphor is really just the destruction of the soul, of the self, a perversion of who they are, and a character arc towards madness, of negativity, of moving away from that idealized version that he wanted to be when he embarked on this quest. And so we're beginning to see all of these elements of negativity really reach a peak here. And I just musically, it all comes together for me. The vocal delivery, the guitar tone, the movement to the more metal riffage. And we also had more embellishing ideas in here. There was more call and response, more back and forth, more layering, more harmony going on. There's a lot of places where the violin in particular would fill in space where other instruments leave it. I really feel like this song, everything finally comes to a head, and this combination of
the densely layered, intricate composition finally gets worked into the very straightforward metallic composition in a way that I think showcases both of them rather well, meets in the middle. And when I asked for this, I even said it's not going to reach the same levels of complication that we have at the beginning. The metallic instruments are just too big for that. Can we do that in a composition? Sure. We're going to have to make a lot of caveats for the metallic side, though. And so lightening up on the layers and simply just having elements of layering and interconnected parts in here, even if they're not as densely done as that first track, is exactly what I was looking for, just knowing about balance and how to bring these two ideas together. And I feel like Wither finally hits it. We got the bells, we got the violins. I wish we could have introduced some of the brass in here too. I think that even playing them in parallel with the guitars and having that really big orchestral stinger at some of these points would have been fantastic. But I'm gonna take what I can. Right? I like this. I really thought Drunken Stalemate was going to be my favorite track on here simply because of the atmosphere that it creates, but Wither's the total package, so that's my favorite track on this album then. Unless Fothcrah can really turn things around in a way that's going to connect with me. I mean, I guess I have to say something about In the Eyes of a Sword, but that's just more Hungry Lights. I don't really have much to say about that one. It does all the things that I think they've done right so far and all the things that I think they've done wrong in pretty much the same capacity. Let me rephrase that. All the things I've enjoyed and all the things I haven't enjoyed in about the same capacity as most of the other tracks. There were, as usual, a few cool moments in it. The riffs are fine, headbangable, but nothing that really grabbed me. Wither is just a wicked surprise, and I'm glad we got something like that on this album, something that I could click with. Let me read some lyrics on this, and then we're going to check out the final track. I really hope this is done on purpose because I think it creates an interesting character to follow. I feel like a lot of characters who get written tend to be very two-dimensional. They are the hero, they are the villain, they are the whatever. They are either completely on the right side of purpose or they're completely on the wrong side of purpose. Here we have a character who kind of walks a lot of fine lines. They are supposed to be the protagonist, sure, but what have they really done that's great so far? Honestly, have they just been pulled through this story by some invisible string? So many elements of it not of their own volition. The ship, we don't know if that was sunk because of them or some divine fate. They went to find a crew and ended up just talking to somebody random that led them on this wild goose chase for this MacGuffin. We don't know how the journey went before they landed at the tower. Through the tower, they never really made any choices there either. They saw some shadows that caused them to have second guesses, second thoughts about who they were as they presented them with a riddle. They ran away from something else that took them to a staircase. They did make a decision here not to heed the warning of the seer, but maybe that was preordained all along. Where we find our hero in this song is simply stuck in the middle of a no-wind area called the doldrums. I don't know if that's like a proper sailing term or not, but they can find no wind in their sails, and so their journey must stop. And while it stopped, they're forced to ponder everything that's happened so far. He says that he's ready to reach the end of his journey, but he can't. Again, he says, I'm pulled in the wrong direction, burdened by my knowledge in my crown. I know where I need to be, and this journey refuses to let me get there. Later on in the song, it says that they have fire in their eyes.
in the second to last verse, I need no compass, for a tiger's eye spearheads my journey through the open water's maw into the mistral of a wrathful nettled god. No ship would sail here. Basically says, I know what I'm doing. I'm the protagonist in this story. So many hurdles come my way and I defeat them all. I don't need anyone else. I don't need any tools. I'm good enough to do everything. I have passion and I'm the hero. But in the chorus and in the lead up, the pre-chorus at the end of the track says, still there is fear in my eyes. I never think things through, and on this voyage of arrogance, I had forgotten just who I am. Have no pride in the ocean, the waves of consistency hiding my unkempt tears, were the life of a no one, the same as a nobleman, heroes and scoundrels alike in the eyes of a sword. So, despite bolstering themselves up, saying I'm so great, here at the end, they second guess themselves for the third time, I think, in the story, realizing that who they are today is not who they were when they left the port town earlier. Says that he's full of arrogance now for, like I said, the third time here. Although I think some of these lines feel like they are told in retrospect. This one feels like it's in the here and now. Literally thinking to themselves, at this moment, I'm on the voyage of arrogance. But I believe it was track 5. Yeah, a drunken stalemate at the end says, I left foolishly into the storm. That sounds like something that you would have in hindsight, not something you would say in the moment. So there's a shifting perspective across this album that I haven't quite wrestled with because honestly, I feel like my grasp on some of the lyrics are a bit too loose for me to grapple with the consistency of the writing itself, because some of it could just be me reading it incorrectly. But it has been something I've noticed, and I don't know if it's me or the writing. But the other thing is, it says, where the life of a no one, the same as a nobleman, heroes and scoundrels alike in the eyes of a sword. The eyes of a sword would be death. Right? The blade ending your life. It doesn't matter if you're a hero, a scoundrel, a king, or a peasant. Death takes us all, and we're all the same afterwards. This creates a bit of a conundrum in this character. Are they convinced with arrogance that nothing can stop them, that they need no one and nothing because they will get to Fothcrah and get whatever they need to be the person that they're supposed to be? Or do they recognize their insignificance in all of this? That you don't need to be a king to be great. That he could have been a fine father and husband without having gone on this journey. We have a character of two minds here. Opposing ideas. I find that evocative, just because so many characters seem to be locked into what they are, and the narrative tends to lock inside with that. You know, you have your righteous hero. The story says they're righteous, they have plot armor, they're always right. Every time the villain never gets a one-up on them morally or anything like that. The story and the character personality are in line with each other. We're not really getting that here. The story almost seems ambivalent to Prill here. It's just telling the tale. Not really leaning one way or the other. And Prill seems to be conflicted. I wonder if we're going to see this continue on, or if it's going to be resolved quickly to return them back to a two-dimensional character. Wither is not quite what I expected, but it does explain one thing. I now know what Fothcrah is. It is a sea beast of sorts, but I understand what Prill has to gain from capturing it. It was sort of alluded to at the beginning, and maybe if I had begun to read some more of the plots listed in the wiki, I might have caught on to this a bit earlier. But
he's a fisherman. He had mentioned this at the beginning. During his, was it the fence, right? He was talking about seeing his reflection in the water and wanting something more. He wasn't just a common fisherman. He had something to prove. This is that. Fothcrah is the big thing to show that he's not just some common fisherman. He's going to get something massive and bring it back to town, and who knows? Maybe he can sell it for a fortune. Maybe it'll feed the town. Maybe it'll just be some cool attraction. Whatever. It's the big MacGuffin, but at least I understand how it's going to affect his life now. In the very second stanza, he talks about casting the lure and hoping that this thing will bite. Finally clicks for me. Feel kind of dumb letting this go on for as long. But anyways, it talks about his imagination being everywhere, making monsters out of shadows in this area. He says that his valor has been mitigated, that all of his courage has been removed, and any progress of growth that he's had has been canceled, and it has left him alone and scared. He says that as he casts the line, he has a shaky hand in place for the reel that he turns. He's terrified. He's probably wondering, what am I doing out here? I could be at home with my wife and maybe kid. I don't know how much time's passed here. This seems like a long journey so far. I could just be catching fish. We'd be living life. Maybe not like kings, but it would have been fine enough, right? I'm out here. I'm going to die. I'm tracking down the Kraken. I don't know what this beast looks like. Hasn't been described, but it's just a giant sea monster, right? And this whole thing is about cementing his feet down and saying, I made it this far. I'm doing this. His boat begins to crack and break as this beast fights it. It says there's a crack in the sky. Lightning strikes down, hits the boat. Fire rains down everywhere. He says, I could not, would not, should not be a hero. This is an interesting line. I don't know if this is his interpretation of nature even fighting against this moment, him not having to contend with just the beast, but the storm that is now swirling around him. Or if this is his self-doubt jumping in and saying, dude, you were never going to complete this task. Why did you even do this? What are you, stupid? This was never going to work. I wanted to be a hero, and that was never in the cards. He even says at one point that my God has shown his hand. Says knives of rain came down, the waves would lurch and swell, and anyone who crossed my way would think me all but sane. You see this guy out here in the middle of a storm trying to catch a giant monster bigger than his boat? Yeah, that's not the actions of a sane person. The very last stanza, I cast again and watch it glissade through my fingers like caterpillars tremoring outside the comfort of the chrysalis. Such metamorphosis took place here tonight. I'm not sure what this is alluding to. Has he gone through a metamorphosis? I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of. Metaphorically changing. Becoming something other than what he was a moment ago. But as far as I can tell, other than stubbornly digging his heels in, I don't see a metamorphosis of character here. But maybe this is something that we're going to uncover in the next track. Fothcrah. 9.25 minutes. Let's see how this album wraps up. Ooh. The staccato trumpet work alongside the pedal tone writing
very epic. This whole thing's just big. Great use of space here. Hiding behind a mask with a face just like mine in the final song. Yeah, Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. That's a continuous usage there too. Starting really high, dropping down for a moment to jump back up. I wasn't a big fan of it on track 2. Vocal melody being the same as the guitar over there on the left. That slide. The tension that was accrued during that extended holdout wasn't really used at all. Makes me wonder why it was done. this is sort of a bizarre twist. Like, this has nothing to do with the previous section. This is closer to, is it Awry Ascent or In the Eyes of a Sword that had the, I don't know, like the syncopated southern rock thing going on? Groovy southern rock, I'll put it that way. I mean, it's a cool idea. It's not going anywhere. It didn't come from anything. I think it'd be a cool idea in another context, though. And it ends on a fade out. I don't have words. The thing is, too, is like, I'm a broken record at this point. I was behind the intro. It was a little lengthier than any of the others, but, well, I was behind it though. Okay, it was a cool intro. We started off pretty heavy, which makes sense given where we left off with Wither. That's something I hadn't considered most of this album. I think, yeah, there's a time gap between pretty much every track. Well, Outset in the Sea to Prite and Promise would be pretty close. Prite and Promise to Fence could have an indistinguishable amount of time between it. Fence to Drunken Stalemate should be pretty close, but again, there's going to be some sort of time skip there. Drunken Stalemate to Umber Tower. I mean, we got an entire journey we're neglecting. But to the Nimloks? Maybe? The Awry Ascent, we randomly teleport to a staircase, so we got a time skip there. Eyes of the Sword, somehow we made it back to the ship, and we've been traveling far enough that we can get to a place with no wind. That's pretty big. Wither, now we are in front of the beast. That's a pretty big time skip. But Wither to Fothcrah, I mean, as far as I understand it, they should be back to back. The end of Wither was the ship in shambles, and he threw out his lure one last time. He's going to catch this monster, even though he's without boat now. I figure that this should be, what comes right after that. So it makes sense that we don't have a slow build-up like we do on most of the other tracks. Well, we don't start small, I should say. We start big, but there's still a bit of a build-up here. For the most part, I enjoyed this. The riffage is cool. There's some nice synergy between the guitars and the synths. Not synths. Strings. The violins. There's some neat vocal work going on here with some layering, bouncing back and forth. Overall, I mean, I still think Wither was a highlight to me. It's a bit of a peak there. But this is a nice follow-up. And I'd still say that generally the first like 5 minutes of this song is better. I enjoyed it more than many of the other tracks on the album. I feel like things just locked into place a lot better on this one. But it still kind of falls into a very repetitive trapping, and it doesn't quite take the instrumentation into the realm that I would prefer it. Everything kind of locks in here. And honestly, if the track had ended around 5.5 minutes, I think that'd be about it. I'd say it's a solid ending. But I don't actually get this ending at all. Out of nowhere, we just go into this southern rock, bringing in this like semi-country vibe inside of a rock sound, and it feels adventurous. And then there's a violin solo and then some guitar solos. I'm like, okay, it took like 3 minutes to get here, but I'm on board with these solos. Let's see. The melody writing on this album has been rather consistent. We just haven't had a consistency in melody being presented. There's a lot of ostinato, a lot of riffage going on in here. Even the vocal lines tend to be very cyclical rather than linear. But when we do get linear melody, it's great. So we got some melody coming in. I'm on board for this. What do we get? Like 16 bars maybe? And then it starts to fade out. So I don't understand where this section comes from. I don't understand how it ties into the first 5 minutes. I don't understand how it ties into the rest of the song sonically. The rest of the album sonically. And it just kind of fades out, which I suppose is fine if this is, part one of a 5-part story. So, to be continued. Brill will return in 2025 or something, what they always put at the end of the Marvel films. Thor will return in Avengers 17. I kind of get that, right? There's a definitive ending to this arc, but the story's not over. So the fade out's fine. But I don't get this section at all. It makes no sense to me narratively. And the rest of the song was, it's what Hungry Lights does. Iterative, straightforward rock music with a metallic edge, some harsh vocals, and sometimes some good use of violins and trumpets. Honestly, I kind of wish it was more than actually. Whenever there is more woodblocks, bells, glockenspiel, any of the auxiliary percussion, piano, harp. Anytime that I hear those instruments, I know I'm in for a good time. Violins are kind of hit and miss because they show up everywhere and they're not always used to the level that they could be, I suppose would be the way I would word that. So I don't know. That's it. I've said my piece on this track because I've said the same piece on almost every track. It's enjoyable for what it is, but dang, do I want more out of it. Let's hit some lyrics. And I can't really say I'm on board for the lyrics here either. It says that the sea had gone quiet. He had not prepared properly to brush with this terrible creature, and she invoked fear. He sees his own reflection, though, in the water. And he sees ruby eyes and a moody gloom. Watched him from behind a mask with a face just like mine. This is a personification of his need for victory, for valor. It's his greed. It's his arrogance. But I do think it's interesting seeing your own face behind a mask. This is also what happens at the end of A Lamb Lies Down in Broadway, except it was the protagonist's brother who he saves, also going down a river. Water was a big theme at the end of that album too. He saves his brother though, and when he rolls him over to see if he's okay, it's his own face there instead of his brother's face. I don't think that's how it ended. I think there was a little bit more, but that was generally, it was like the penultimate track or something like that. It was towards the end of the album. So I think that's interesting. Just another parallel with that. Anyways, he says that this moody figure is waiting for my consent. All I have to do is give in to my dark side. He recognizes that chasing this beast even further will kill him. He says, trust and certainty both guiding me into the grave. But he goes anyways. He says, was it pride? Was it greed that led me to such poor accord in the jaws of the beast? Would I still feel the same? Well, all my life I've been robbed of my dignity, but now I was the rogue who would return it back. He thinks he's Robin Hood. But again, unless there's more information in a book somewhere, and I don't know if the book's been released yet, there's no information in here about him feeling robbed. Everything at the beginning of the book is that, or at the beginning of the album, is that he's just a fisherman and he fishes and he doesn't think it'll be good enough for his new family. He doesn't think he's making enough money, so he wants to go big. What does this have to do with his past, of his dignity being robbed? Where did this happen? Was it it was the Awry Ascent, where he mentioned that he wishes to be the albatross who could erase his past. Why? None of this is explained to us. We just have to take it at face value, but it's presented almost retcon style here at the end of the story. This is the kind of stuff that is his intention, his need to do things. What do they call it? The reason that a character makes decisions, right? This is part of his character, about why he's doing all of this. This is supposed to be presented at the beginning of the story so that us as audience are allowed to follow along, and it makes the decisions make sense. I can't say that any of the decisions in here make sense, and when the story decides to tell me why they make sense, it doesn't make any sense now, because this is the kind of information that's being told too late. In a sense, I am curious now. How was he robbed of his dignity? Why was his past so bad that he wishes to erase it? On the other side, though, I kind of really don't care about this dude. There's nothing in this story that made me want to see him win, that makes me want to see more of his story. He's sort of a blank slate for the most part, and anything of interest that would give him character is relegated to stuff that happens off screen and is talked about retcon style, that yes, something did happen a long time ago. I don't know, that's just, it can be done well to obscure information from the audience to reveal later. I don't think it's being done well here. It feels like it was done after the matter, in a way to make something more interesting than it really is. I would love to be proven wrong, though. There's 4 more albums. Maybe it does get really good. Let's see. Anyway, so he says, such corruption leaked into my sea. In my confusion, she broke through the fence. She was patient and sat on my line, a turning of tide. Was she the prey or the hunter? I had believed me the hand of a god. How I must be insane. But the best of us are. This madman is bringing home glory and prestige. Behind the complex is a man with the soul of a king, or a meal for the beast. This is interesting too. Once again, we have a character, we have this character showcasing the fear breaking through. I'm not going to survive this. This is crazy. This creature probably hunted me most of this. I believed I was a hand of God. I must have been insane. Literally 2 lines later. No, I'm taking that back. The next line. This madman's bringing home glory and prestige. The character flip-flops so quickly between why am I doing this? This makes no sense, and bringing that pride back into the picture. The flip-flopping, I just don't know that it can be done really well in an audio story like this without, I don't know, spoken word dialogue or something. It just doesn't work, I think, here in a musical context. Maybe there's a way to do it, but it's something that I think requires nuance that music just isn't the right vehicle for. This is something that you would need to see little tells on an actor, little visual indications, I think, of the duality of the character. You just can't portray that with vocals only, especially condensing massive stories down to 30 lines, 6 stanzas. There's just not enough room to explore something as complex and deep of a character like this. And so it comes across as just sort of flip-floppy. Is this character afraid, or is this character totally mad? They seem to exist at that moment simultaneously, even at one point saying that I am a man with the soul of a king or the meal of a beast. Not a question, not asking which one am I. There's an exclamation mark. He says, this is me. I am both simultaneously. At best, I can read this as a cliffhanger. Wait until see album 2 to figure out which one he is. But the character saying it out loud in person, in first person, it's just not working for me. But then we have to remember that after this point is where the song reaches its southern rock groovy section. And if the narrative, the lyrical narrative, ends here on a cliffhanger, why did we need another 5 minutes of instrumental of a totally different style of music to carry on? Why didn't we stick with this slightly eerie, dangerous sound, the really big metal thing that we already had going, which would imply the danger and severity of the situation, maybe even sneak a little bit of adventure or positivity or victory into there, and have the duality of the light versus dark that I think would have worked really well to showcase this, is he going to die or not? Also, that would have doubled up, as would his light side won out, his ability to recognize that this is crazy and that he's good enough as he is, that no matter he's a king or a peasant, he'll die the same, right? Everyone's equal, technically, in the eyes of death. Or is the dark side going to win out? His greed, his avarice, his need to be more. We really could have played with that on a musical level of this like layers of themes while continuing on with the music that we were already writing. And instead we went in a totally different direction that abandons everything we had done and doesn't thematically line up with anything, while also sort of undercutting the lyrical elements too. I don't know, man. It's easy, I get this. It's easy to sit here in hindsight and say, this is what I would have done. It's really difficult to make a song or even an album and 70 minutes of music like this. This is not just your simple run of the mill metal. There's a lot of complexity to this. There's a lot of extra instrumentation to this. You also have to worry about the entire narrative element of this, since it is a concept album. I don't want anyone to think that I'm sitting up here just up on a high horse being snarky about this for the purpose of being snarky. I understand that it's much easier to sit here at the end of a project saying, oh, I would have made these 10% tweaks and not acknowledge the 90% of work that goes into this. I don't want to do that. I understand this took a lot of work, but I also think it's heavily flawed in a lot of ways. And normally I can just pass whatever. It's an album that's not for me. But the thing is I can see a really great album here under this rough. This is a diamond in the rough. I don't know why I'm pulling an Aladdin thing out of this. But there's a lot of great ideas in here. I really think that this is like 70% really well done. And just, like I said, having an editor, having somebody to bounce some ideas off of, just some more tweaks would have created something that I think would have been fantastic. But as usual, I want to end this saying that it would have been fantastic for me as a listener. It would have met my sensibilities for what I enjoy in music, and that might not have been what Justin wanted to do with this. So, as always, this channel, it's just my opinion on stuff, right? Sometimes I praise it, sometimes I got criticisms for it. At the end of the day, it's just because I love music, and especially with stuff like this that I feel like I'm a bit harder on. And I am. This was a harsh review. I will acknowledge that. But it's because I really think there's something special here and it just falls a bit short. It does make me want to listen to at least the latest album from Hungry Lights, though, to kind of see where things end up, not narratively, but skill wise. And kind of see how 4 years of making this style of music helped refine in the skills and honed in all of it. You know, the narrative writing, the lyrical writing, the overencompassing plot, the musical writing, the production, interweaving these obviously two very distinct sides of Justin's writing. Um, and seeing if he ever really finds a way to bring them together in something that I would find to be incredibly unique for him. So, like I said, this is a bit of a negative review, I suppose. I try not to be too cynical, and I hope I wasn't here. I know I went hard into some topics, but I hope most of it came off as critical moments, criticism to help improve a skill, and not just me talking about how it's trash and I hate it and don't like it, stuff like that. I try to be a little constructive. But these are my thoughts. Let me know yours in the comment section. Did you enjoy this? Is there anything that stood out to you? Do you think I'm totally wrong on this? Let me know. Put any thoughts, opinions, interpretations you have on this. If you're a fan of this and you've heard all 4 albums, let me know. You know, are any of the things that I wished had happened show up on other albums? Let me know if you just totally disagree with me too. Like, this is your favorite artist. How dare you talk about him like this? Let me know. Anything you want to put, comment section. Above that, in the description box, you'll find a link to Linktree. Here, you can find a link to my music. Go on there. Let me know what you thought of it. Especially if you're like, how dare you say this about Hungry Lights. Yeah, you can go check out my music. Put a comment in there about how terrible it is. Honestly, though, if you got criticism for me, I'm all ears. I have improved a lot in my music and in creating these videos by people telling me about things that they think I'm doing wrong. I'm like, oh yeah, actually, I had no idea. Thanks for the constructive criticism. Like, criticism is so important. But yeah, you can go find my music, ways to support the channel, a link to the Discord server, and so much more. Above that, if you could, like, subscribe, and ring the bell, I greatly appreciate all 3 of those. That wraps it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, though, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a live stream. We just hang out, chit-chat, listen to some good music. I think we have 12 songs queued up for tomorrow, since we got to make up for last week, since my internet crapped out. So probably looking at 2.5 hours. So we'll start at 11 a.m. Eastern, and we'll probably run until about 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And then, yeah, Monday we start with next week's theme. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.